Everyone, welcome to K to Z Movies. This is a monthly live stream where me, who obviously Z, and him, Kenny Spark,
Hey.
the myth, the legend, who we haven't seen in a long time, but I brought him out, got him out of there. He's back on screen. Where we rank all the films that we saw in a month. This is December. It's the end of the year. This is the last one for the year, and this has been really, really fun. I look forward to doing this with Kenny every month, especially when it's particular movies that maybe I saw one day and then maybe he saw like a week after, or a couple days after, and we didn't get to really talk and sync on it. There's a bunch of that here in this one. We have 44 films to talk about, which is we binged a lot this past weekend. I probably watched half of the 44. So I was like, let me catch up with everything. And I saw some gems. Some things that sneaked into my top 20, top 10, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I know Kenny saw a lot of great stuff too.
I got some that stuck into my top 10 as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember some of the reactions. I was happy.
At least.
Yeah. But Kenny, how are you feeling overall? And how are you feeling about December as a month for movies?
I'm sick as hell. I went to a family gathering as I do every Christmas, and the reports are coming out of the family gathering that half of the population of my family is sick. Somebody was in there sick and didn't tell nobody. So I called a cold. My hearing is impacted. I can't hear. I have some kind of sinus situation going on. But yeah, I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, and I'm happy. I'm actually really happy to be here. And yeah, I got my liquids. You know what I'm saying, for hydration with the electrolytes. I got a Dave's double. You know what I'm saying? I got an empty bottle of water actually. So I ain't got no water. I got my Alka-Seltzer Plus right here. You know what I'm saying? And I got the Vicks Vapor Rub. What?
We out here.
We out here. We getting healthy
on the street. I just got this water. I should have had some snacks, but I kind of ate them already. Your boy's hungry.
I ate nasty, by the way.
I ate lunch at 12 o'clock, 7 o'clock, so I haven't eaten in 7 hours.
No.
My boss my regional boss was at my office, and she bought us food yesterday and today. But she got like real early, so I ate lunch pretty early. So yeah, I'm not starving. I'm good. I might be going to a house party tonight. Your boy actually going outside.
Oh, okay. That's what's up, man.
But yeah, I'm having a good time this month. I think just like last year, December's been one of the better months for movies.
Yeah, I agree.
Last year we got a flood of like big movies and award contenders. There's stuff that I didn't even get to see. We could talk about that. I didn't get to see A Complete Unknown. I didn't get to see A Fire Inside. I didn't get to see what was the other thing that came out for Christmas? I didn't get to see Mufasa. My family, who are in Minnesota right now, just came home from seeing it and they loved it. They liked it more than Wicked and Moana 2.
Oh, okay.
Wow. And yeah, I missed on a lot of movies. I try to catch up, but it feels like there's so much.
A lot, man. It's
more than it was last year.
Yeah.
In terms of like catching up, like I feel like I don't know what's going on. I feel like I did go to the movies every week, but I still felt like I didn't see enough.
Yo, it's crazy. So I'm currently at 118 movies from 2024 that I've watched. There's like 6 left on my list that I have not seen. And there's a bunch of others I'm like, oh, I still haven't seen that. Am I going to get to that before the new year? No, not at all. No. It's in a couple hours, so obviously not. But I will say this. When I did my binge, I saw all the ones that I really wanted to see before next year, except for one. I haven't seen Perfect Days yet, but like I've seen all the ones I really wanted to see. I got them all knocked out over the weekends, which was great. So yeah, I mean, like you said, this December I do find to be not as good as last December. Like when I remember last December, I remember Godzilla -1, and then there was it was literally just in my head. Godzilla -1, the Iron Claw, the Holdovers. Like last December. Oh, Wonka. Like last December.
American Fiction.
Yeah. What'd you say?
American Fiction.
American Fiction. Dream something with
Scenario. Oh
Dream Scenario.
yeah.
Yeah. Last The Boy and the Heroine. I think was last December.
Oh God.
Was not good.
Low point.
But yeah, like last December was stacked, and then there was
Hmm.
Aquaman too. You know, but
I like that movie, but I'm not a defender. I can't
no,
defend it.
neither am I. No, I had fun though. I did have fun.
Me too.
But yeah,
That's why I'm like, when I have fun, I can be like, all right, yeah, this parts of it
mhm,
that's silly, but like I have fun.
yeah. But yeah, this December was a lot lighter, and mainly because I, like you said, same list as you. Basically, I missed everything except for Draculia, Nosferatu,
Yeah,
and man, I forget what the other thing I didn't see. Did see in theaters. Oh, and Kraven. I did. Oh, and Sonic 3. So I did see those.
yeah.
But I didn't see Mufasa and stuff like that. Mainly because I got sick. Right, like I literally got sick on December 26th. Like I came down with it. The day I was planning on going to see everything. Actually, I think I saw Nosferatu, and after that, I was sick. So
It's
yeah,
over.
yep,
You succumb to the darkness.
yeah, yeah. I almost went
Guys in the
today, but I was
chat.
like, I can't risk other
Yeah,
people's health.
yeah. Don't. Yeah, you got to rest up, man. We need you
Yeah,
back on YouTube.
yeah,
Chat, while we talking, definitely drop in the comments below what you saw during December as well.
yeah.
I know I
Let us
saw
know.
Casey Clemens ranking on Threads. Go follow her
Hmm.
on there because she's funny as hell.
Yep.
And obviously subscribe to her channel. She has a not a watch along, a reaction video to the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Classic.
I gotta finish it. I got halfway through. I gotta finish it and then comment.
Hmm.
Yeah, this month was interesting. I agree with you. I think overall 2024 is not a bad year like people are trying to make it out to be.
Not
I
bad.
think that 2024 is one of the more important years that we have in terms of like innovation. There's a
Hmm.
lot of stuff that they tried here that I think can lead to like greater things in the future.
Yeah.
But overall, from January to December, last year was better.
Yeah.
And because I felt like from January, Megan came out, and then it was just nonstop all the way
Yep.
through, just banger after banger, even to the
Yeah.
point where like Elemental and The Flash came out the same day. We
Hmm.
had Barbenheimer. Mission Impossible got eaten up because it was in
Yep.
between Indiana Jones and Barbenheimer. And then after Barbenheimer, we got some good movies too that people didn't really go see because everybody was watching Barbenheimer over and over. So like last year was tough to compete with compared to, and then we had double strikes, and I think that really hurt
Yes.
this
Yes,
year.
it did.
We were supposed to get Batman this year, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, because now it's 2 years from now.
Yeah. 3,
Or
right?
it might be 3 year. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
3.
3 years from now. So like we didn't get the Batman, we didn't get the Star Wars film that was supposed to come out. Like there's a lot of shit that was
A
supposed to come out this
lot.
year
Yeah.
that just got pushed into 2025. So because we're supposed to get more Marvel films too. And I think that's another thing. We only got one MCU film
Yeah.
and then a bunch of Sony films, which is
3.
never a good sign. 3
3.
in
They were
1 year.
all bad. How do you do it? How do you
Oh
do
my
it?
god. I
That's
don't know.
that's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know. And this comment about the pull up is something that defined the year for us.
Mhm.
Well, for me at least. This Return to the King review.
Oh
That
wow.
I am no longer promising.
Wow. You went a whole
Yeah,
year without doing it.
yeah. I think I was supposed to do it like in the summer. I put the poll up or something because I think I did Two Towers this year, and that was like in
Mhm.
March. And then I was supposed to do, yeah, I just didn't do it. But yeah, I'm not promising anymore. If I do it, I do it. If I don't,
Hey,
it's cool.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Hey, Collective Movie Man, as always. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, collector?
So I bought some new movies today. I bought Imitation Game. I heard that was good. It has
I did
Benedict
go
Cumberbatch and Karen Knightley. It's about a guy who invented the very first computer during World War II. Oh, I didn't know that's what that movie is about. That sounds interesting.
I did not know that.
The first computer? Oh wow. Also picked up The False In Our Stars, that's a good movie. Prince of Persia, oof, that's not great. That's one of them bad video game adaptations. Also X's God of Kings. Oh God, you picked up some stinkers right there. Funko Pop of Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park.
I have not seen Prince of Persia or Exodus Gods and Kings. Exodus Gods and Kings is a running joke in one of my friend group chats. But yeah.
Yeah. Prince of Persia is starring Jake Gyllenhaal. I don't know why he did that.
I mean, that's like the first thing is like the man's not Persian at all.
Like, at all.
He's the prince of the entire Persia.
That's crazy. I was like, bro, he don't even look like the main hero. But yeah, you know, sometimes they get away with it because okay, he looks like the character. He doesn't look like the character.
The Gods of Egypt only has one dark-skinned black man in it.
It's
black person.
Guys, I was just like, bro,
crazy.
Was that Ridley Scott? I don't know. He beat Triple.
I hope not.
TJ Billups, what's up, man? TJ just dropped his top 10 worst and top 10 best movies of the year. Go check that out. He also had a really good Baby Girl and Sonic review. So check that out because they're good stuff. The Marvel and DC Marshlands, what's up, man? I haven't talked to you about. Happy New Year.
Happy to meet you.
Have any of you guys in the future? Because I know Dark Movies is in the future. He's already in 2025. Are any of you guys in a different country in the future? Let me know. How does it feel over there? You know, is it an apocalypse that we're waiting for us in a couple hours?
That's the thing about Y2K, not the movie, but the thing. It's like, yeah, when the clock strikes midnight, it was like, well, the clock strikes midnight at different times in every place on the planet.
The fact that we even believed in that with that logic is just show how dumb we are.
And I bet people thought it was New York because New York is always like the center of attention. It's like whenever the planet is about to explode, it's on New York time.
Alien invasions, earthquakes, sandstorms, anything that can happen. Godzilla, it's always New York.
Yep, Eastern Standard Time.
Word. I was just talking about CC, boy. Stop playing with me. I'm about to make a name for myself tonight.
We're about to make a name for myself.
Oh man! Everybody saying Happy New Year and hi. I love that. I didn't eat lunch till 2:00 today because I was so busy. Damn.
Hey man, it'd be like that.
Oh, first of all, Through the Lens. He also has his best. Well, actually, he just finished a live stream where he was ranking all his movies that he saw in 2024. Go check that out because I know that's a hard work. And he also saw 120 movies this year, so he's ranked 20 films. Through the Lens, man. I like watching his reviews because there'll be movies where it's like artsy fartsy, and he breaks it down the way. I'm like, you know what? He's right. I didn't catch that. I've seen 31 movies that are new releases this year, and I've seen 215. I think it was movies with new and old. Wow,
nice.
542. Yeah.
Sheesh. That's a lot of movies.
That's a lot of movies. I couldn't do it. I have too many other hobbies, right, Kenny?
Yeah, like the funny thing about us binging over this past weekend, I'll make it quick, is I think it was Saturday. I watched 3 movies in a day at home. That's the first time I've done that, and I can't remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I think I did 5 on Saturday.
Mostly because I was sick and couldn't go anywhere. So I was just kind of like, I guess I'm just going to watch movies. I need to get sick more often.
Oh, Chaya, what's up, man? I haven't heard from you in a minute. How are you doing? I put a poll asking everybody how their overall 2024 was. 31% says perfect so far. 31% says great, and 31% said could be better, and 8% said the worst. For the people who said it's the worst, I'm sorry for you, man. I hope 2025 brings blessings and more risings and more opportunities for you. Nanette! I have not seen as many of y'all. I've seen 5 movies that are new, 25 that are new to me, but not 2024 movies. Okay, that's still fair.
I've seen quite a few that are new to me that are from 2024 this year.
Yeah. And your question is, I could have been better. I know you've had a little bit of a rough year, but I'm glad you're here and I hope you're feeling good. Jason Entertainment, what's up? He said, him and Toby just did a live stream where they
Yep.
talked about their top 10 worst and best. That was fun. I was in there attacking Jason because he was talking about certain movies that I liked that it was the worst, like Rebel Ridge. I was like, what's wrong with you?
Rebel. Wait a minute.
You thought I was gonna bring it up, huh?
Rebel Ridge is worse.
It was his 8th worst film of the year.
Oh wow.
It's funny because he didn't know I was in the chat and he said, "Oh, Kenny and Zach are gonna kill me." That's so funny for them to say that, and I was like, "Yes, we are."
Yes, yeah. That's wild.
But we love you, Jason. It's all love. You can hate what you don't like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's no biggie.
I've seen Kraven, Sonic, Mufasa, and Carry On. Ooh,
Carry On. Yeah, that's another one.
Carry On. We are going to talk about all those movies soon. We'll get through a couple more comments, then we'll start. I really watched anything new in December. I've been really watching Chilling Adventures of Sabrina and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Nice.
Look, those are 2 all-timers for me.
Yeah.
I watched Power Rangers maybe a little longer than I was supposed to. I got to like Mystic Force where they had wands and shit, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm tapping out.
I'm trying to figure out where I got to. I know I was also in that boat. I was past like Speed Rescue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got to figure out where I was at. Where I ended, where I stopped when they first introduced like starting with 3 Rangers and then adding 2 later. I was like, this is dumb, and I checked out. Yeah,
I was Wild Force.
Yeah, I was like, no, you start with 5. I don't know why I was so rigid about that, but I was like, no, you start with 5, and I'm out.
That's funny. Funny enough, I would say Mufasa was my favorite out of the 4, and then Sonic, Carry On, and Kraven. See, there's people who like Mufasa. I don't care about shit. But there's people who like it. I just am not interested in seeing these live action Disney movies. Really, like I like Beauty and the Beast, but I think that's the only one I watch. Oh, and Little Mermaid. I wanted to support my sister, but the movie was boring to me.
I like the movie. Do what you do, Mike Vick. But I like the movie.
I did a watch along and I rewatched part of that back, and I was kind of like stone faced for a lot of it. That was pretty bad. 800 people watched me be stone faced with Little Mermaid. Batman's been delayed to 2027. I'm gonna be so old by the time that movie comes out. Hey, Dark Room Reviews. What's up, man?
What's up, Dark Room? How you doing, man?
Happy New Year. Thank you, Jason. You're nice, dude. Jason is so nice. Even when he's like trashing a movie, he's like nice about it. Hey, Cosmic Daddy, what's up, man?
What's up, Cosmic?
To make sure Sonic 3 is near the top of the summer rankings.
I'm here to make sure of that as well.
We'll see. We'll argue about it. Kenny rocking that punk hoodie. Yes,
sir.
My goat.
Got my first WWE merch for Christmas. So,
that's great.
Finally, officially a part of the crew, the fandom, if you will.
That's so dope. And it's fitting because Punk just flamed Seth Rollins on the mic.
It was a mutual flaming. It's a mutual flambe.
I think Punk was just a bit above. I think the whole like you don't know about having kids thing was kind of whack because I was like,
I don't know if Punk wants kids. Like
he doesn't.
So I was like, how is that a burn?
Yeah. I'm choosing not to do this. It's not like I tried and nobody wants to have kids with me.
Yeah.
The morning 7 8-ish, my friend is in Australia was already in New Year. It's crazy. They're in the future. Yeah. Are you talking about Toby? Because he's in. Oh, speaking of the devil, you summoned me, Zach. I heard you say I know Dark was already in 2025.
Yep.
That is hilarious. Can you at least tell us if you thought Return of the King was lived up to what everybody said it was? Nah. Cosmic, when are you gonna make content again? He's cooking up something. I've seen a thumbnail. Yeah, sorry, Zach. It's soon to be 28 days later. Oh no! Don't say that. I can't run.
Yeah, neither could I. I just started getting healthy.
No, we can't do zombies.
Even though I'm sick right now, which is crazy. But
those are the fast ones.
Yeah.
This is my year where I watched the least movies. Only watched 65 movies. That's still a lot more than the normal
That is
consumer.
a lot.
You know?
I think I'm going for 100 again in 2025. I don't think I'm ever going to go above like my goal for the year being 100 because getting to 100 is hard enough, and circumstances could happen easily to make that just not happen. So
Yeah. Anthony with a long name that I cannot pronounce. I think it's Chobot does pop culture and opening. I got it. How are you, buddy, doing? By the way, I had a rough year. I'm seeing Nosferatu tomorrow.
nice.
I'm doing well, and I know Kenny's sick, but he's doing overall well. I'm sad that you had a rough year, but hopefully 2025 is better.
Yep.
And I hope you enjoy Nosferatu, man. Only new movie I saw watch in theaters, Nosferatu. Really enjoyed it. Glad you hear that. Ooh, my sister-in-law. Happy New Year, Zach. The family. Hey, you doing?
Hey.
Made the cutest baby.
Oh.
Cosmic, not joking around. I will track you down if it isn't Zach. I'm just saying. I saw the thumbnail. It's gonna be he. It's Cosmic. We know what he produces.
Yeah. Always heat.
How are you doing, guys? Today, doing by the way, 24 wasn't great. Okay. He was just re-putting it. Okay. So I'm gonna end the poll and we're gonna start the show. Okay. First, we're gonna be talking about the 3 or 4 films that Kenny Sparks saw on his own. And there's a couple throwback films. So Kenny
Way
Sparks
back.
films. Oh, that'll be a good producing company name. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Hey, so yeah. So Spirited is a movie I just saw for the first time this year, a musical version of Charles Dickens' story of a misery misanthrope,
Yeah.
misanthrope, who's taking on a magical journey. So essentially, um, me and my good movie tuber buddies are doing this thing called Real Roulette, where we give each other 3 movie suggestions that hopefully we haven't seen one of those movies, and then we pick one and watch it, and then the next week we all shuffle who's partnered up and do that again, right? So my our buddy DJ Family Movies, he suggested Spirited Away, or not Spirited Away, Spirited. Spirited Away is a Miyazaki film. Spirited was fun as hell. Like I've never seen it before. Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds are great in it. It's a musical, which I did not know going in. So when they started singing, I was like, oh, I at first I thought that Will Ferrell was just doing his Will Ferrell thing, and then they kept singing, and I was like, oh, this is a musical. It's actually really good, and I really did enjoy it. It's kind of like it's a very modern take and remix on Christmas Carol, like the whole Ebenezer Scrooge kind of thing. Really fun, really fun movie. Yeah,
2 questions.
yeah.
One, as someone as you know me, I'm not a big fan of musicals. They have to be like a certain way. Do you think I would enjoy this?
I do think you would enjoy it only because it's not a musical that's attempting to be known for its singing, so to speak, if that makes any
Okay.
sense. It's like comedic singing, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Okay.
think of like, have you seen Anchorman? You don't like Anchorman, if I recall.
I've only seen the second one. I've never saw the first one.
Oh, that's a reason. That's a good reason to not like Anchorman because the second one's awful. The second one is trash. But anyway, the first one, Will Ferrell sings in it. A little tune called "Afternoon Delight," and it's hilarious. It's kind of like that kind of thing. But yeah, I would say like it's something that you would enjoy because there's a lot of story to it that kind of helps everything. So yeah,
Gotcha.
and the
And
song,
what is your
like
favorite
Jimmy,
moment
huh?
movie? What's your favorite moment of the movie?
So my favorite moment of the movie is actually a musical number, all called God, what is it called? Good Afternoon. Um, yeah, which is hilarious because it's a Good Afternoon is a euphemism for like fuck you. And so they just sing it basically to a bunch of different people, and it's really funny. So yeah, that's definitely my favorite moment in the movie.
Gotcha. Perfect. Okay.
Hmm.
I add it to my watch list because I don't like musicals. You said I'll still like it because it's more story driven.
Hmm.
Um, and I like some Will Ferrell stuff. I like a lot of Ryan Reynolds stuff. So that
Hmm.
combination might be super dope.
Yeah.
So I guess you didn't like the movie? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I just want to say hi to Coat Lords. What's
Oh,
up,
cool,
man?
Lord. Let me turn my
Also want to
notifications on.
congratulate you guys for getting like 1,500 subscribers. After
Hey,
we all blew
congratulations.
up. Congratulations. Probably even more by now, but
That's awesome.
happy for you guys.
That's what you like.
And then where would you rank Spirited?
I'm having trouble seeing our ranking Daily Dolly. I would say matinee, man.
Matinee. Okay.
Matinee, yeah. It's a fun movie. Fun little movie.
You would have been okay seeing it at the movies in the afternoon, huh?
Oh, for sure. Especially during the holiday season. This would have been a great time.
Speaking of holiday season, a sequel to a Christmas classic,
Yep.
Die Hard
Die
2.
Hard 2. Die Harder. That's actually the title. Um
That's hilarious.
yeah, I was like, what are y'all doing? A year after his heroics in LA, Detective John McClane is mixed up in another terrorist plot, this time at Washington Dulles International Airport, where he is waiting for his wife. That same night, South American politico and drug profiteer Ramon Esperanza is arriving in U.S. custody. McClane takes action when a treasonous ex-colonel seizes control of the airport, threatening to crash every inbound flight unless Esperanza is free. That is exactly what happened. Yo, that movie is so much fun. That movie is so much fun. I actually like that movie. Like, apparently when it came out, people didn't like it as much, but I thoroughly enjoyed that film. It's like Carry On, but better. And I
Okay.
like Carry On like quite a bit. Yeah, this has all of the John McClaneisms of the first Die Hard, but just in an airport, and they do so many great things with the different cast. Um, that they've assembled this time. Even John Amos is in it as a general, and yeah, it's a really fun, good '90s action thriller. It's to me, it's up there
Mhm.
with some of the best '90s action thrillers, even though it's severely underrated. And it's more of a Christmas movie. It's just as much as a Christmas movie, I should say, as the first one. It takes place on I don't care about semantics. It takes place on Christmas Eve and people are like in the airport during like holiday fly-ins. So you got all these planes coming in during holiday traffic, and this person trying to threatening to crash planes unless they allow their drug dealer from outside of the country land and allow them to steal another plane to make it out of the country. And John McClane's there to stop them. That movie's fun as hell.
Wow. I think I've only seen the first Die Hard, and I haven't
Mhm.
seen the rest. I know I've seen the Lethal Weapon movies. I think maybe because I've seen Lethal Weapon, I thought I was seeing Die Hard. I'm
Mhm.
not exactly sure. Two iconic franchises around the
Yep.
same time. I know I saw one of the older Die Hards when he was older. Was it 4?
Four was Live Free or Die Hard. That one was good.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
the one after that, I'd never even bothered to watch because I heard it was so bad. So I'm
Damn.
not going to tarnish my memories. But
Yeah.
yeah, Die Hard 3 is actually my favorite one because it has Samuel L. Jackson in it, and
Mm,
he plays they're basically partnered throughout the entire movie. So I love
nice.
that film. But Die Hard 2 is just as good as the other two.
Other two. Nice. TJ, bruh, the whole time I thought the stream didn't start, I didn't refresh my page.
That's hilarious.
That's funny because he was probably in the queue and was like, "Where is it going?" You have to hit refresh when it starts. That's hilarious.
Which seems to be a flaw in the system. I don't understand why I
Yeah,
wouldn't just start.
just start. Yeah,
Yeah.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I don't care if Bruce Willis said it was not. Man, Bruce Willis sold his rights of image. I can't trust his opinion. We gonna be seeing Bruce Willis in movies even after he's dead.
I didn't know he did that.
Yeah,
That's a foolish thing
I
to
get
do.
it though. He wants to make sure his family is good
Oh,
after he
well.
passes away because you know he has a degenerative disease.
Mhm.
I've only seen the first Die Hard. All right, let's get to the ranking of this classic film. Good old Die Hard.
Full price.
Full price.
Yep.
Makes sense. I feel like anything less would probably be blasphemous.
Mm-hmm.
And let me get rid of this. Let's get to the next film, and that is another classic.
Sideways, sitting sideways.
Hey.
Struggling writer and wine enthusiast Miles takes his engaged friend Jack on a trip to wine country for a last single guy bonding experience. While Miles wants to relax and enjoy the wine, Jack is in search of a fling before his wedding. First of all, anyway, soon Jack is sleeping with Stephanie while her friend Maya connects with Miles. When Miles lets that slip, Jack is getting married. Oh, when Miles lets slip that Jack is getting married, both women are furious, sending the trip into disarray. I need to understand. Um,
Hold on. I got you.
it's
I
all
am
good.
doing
It's all
multiple
good.
things at one time. My bad. There you
It's
are.
all good. It's all good. It's all good. We live, baby. I need to understand. So the man's plan was I need to get away for a bachelor party so I can have one last soiree before I get married next weekend. And in the film, it's like that soiree isn't a party. I need to get laid one last time before I get married. What are you talking about? And then he ends up in a relationship with this woman. And Paul Giamatti's like, what the hell are you doing? So yeah, it was wild. For like the first 30 minutes of the movie, I was very much like, or I should say 20 minutes of the movie, I'm a little bored. And then it starts to turn up, and then it's just hilarious for the rest of the way, and also infuriating for the rest of the way because you're like, you're a scumbag,
Yeah.
dude. So yeah, Thomas Hayden Church plays a scumbag throughout the entire film, and he's good at it. And Paul Giamatti is also great in it. Thomas Hayden Church, if you guys didn't know, played Sandman in Spider-Man 3. So
Oh,
uh,
okay. Thank you for that
yeah,
reference. I didn't know his
mhm,
name at all.
yeah, yeah. He's a good actor.
A scumbag and a sandman.
Yeah. Also played Sandman in No Way Home. Same guy.
Yeah, same guy. Thank God.
Hmm.
That recasting would have been stupid if they didn't
Yeah,
just bring
for
him
sure.
back. Yo, Marley loves film. What's up?
Marley!
Haven't seen Sideways. This is a wild premise.
It is.
So what type of comedy would you describe Sideways as?
Um, Dry humor, almost like
Mm,
situational comedy, like, but not like a sitcom. There's like no laugh tracks or anything like that. It's just
yeah.
like it's what the hell are you doing? Comedy throughout the entire situation. So it is funny, and it's also like there's some heartwarming bits to it as well. But yeah, I enjoyed it.
Like secondhand embarrassment, kind of funny.
There's a lot of that. There is a lot of that. There's second hand embarrassment. There's like yeah, there's a lot of that. So, but not like slapstick. It's very much like it
Okay.
plays. It's a dramedy, is what I'll give it.
It's a
Basically,
drop. Gotcha.
yeah.
Would you recommend it to your good old dear friend Zacharuni?
I think you too would be bored in the first 20 minutes. So if you can make it through that,
Okay.
I think you'll have a good time the rest of the way.
A good time. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the end of the films that Kenny saw by himself. Let's rank this last one before I go and kind of breeze through mines. Where would you put Sideways?
I'll give it a stream.
A stream. Okay,
Yeah, it's not bad.
it's
Yeah.
not bad. Ooh, that was a bad zoom in. Okay, so I saw, like I said, I did a marathon Saturday and Sunday, so I saw a lot of films just recently, and
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to breeze through them as much as I can because I don't. And Kenny asked me questions, chat asked me questions,
Yep.
and yada yada yada. But first one, the Wasp. This
Mhm.
was recommended to me by Ravens on '09. Orion, as everyone used to know him as on
Mhm.
YouTube. He did a review of it. He thought it was really great. CC Clemens also suggested and said this movie was great after I said I was going to watch it. Heather bumps into Carla, having not spoken to her in years, and presents her with a very unexpected proposition that could change both their lives forever. So, quick to say, this movie's premise and setup is very much in the like way I like movies, like some of my favorite ones. One location, mystery, using that location to the fullest extent. Characters that I'm not attached to. Well, the main character I attached to, just Naomi Harris was the main
Mhm.
character. She did a great job throughout the film. What this movie doesn't talk about, and I don't want to reveal too much because there's mystery to it, is she's married to this guy. There's a wasp's infection in his house or their house that they take care of. She's been telling him forever to get the wasp out the damn house. He keeps saying he's going to call the people. He doesn't call the people. And during a very important dinner party that for him, for his business, she finds where the wasps are hiding, like the actual, like, what's it called? The nest, and
Mhm.
breaks the wall and drops it, and the wasps just go everywhere, right?
Oh hell no!
Yeah. So he gets mad, he hits her,
Her.
and yeah. And yeah, so he's a verbally abusive, he's physically abusive, he's not the greatest person. He like every time she asks him to do something, he's like, yeah. He kind of brushes off, but when he needs something, he's just like, you gotta do this shit now.
Right.
So the only thing else that I'm gonna tell you about this film, she meets Carla, who's played by what's his actress name? She was in Game of Thrones and a bunch of other stuff. Gorgeous actress with blue eyes. I don't remember what her name is, but she used to be basically her high school, middle school bully,
Hmm.
and she knows that she is violent, and she's not in a good place, and she's gonna pay her to kill her husband.
Oh.
And
Okay.
at first I'm like, okay, this is gonna be straightforward, but it takes some twists and turns and twist and turn again. I thought it was really, really good. I had a good time with this. I think this is something that everyone should definitely just check out to have a really, really good mystery where like good performances and you also don't know where the movie's going. Like a lot of times, all of us in here are movie watchers, and we all most of the time can watch a movie and from the first scene, like, oh, I know where this is going, so I'm just on
Mhm.
the journey. This one, I was like, oh, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Would you say that when you finally got the conclusion that it paid off?
Yeah, I think it paid off. The movie is lower budget. I think that they probably like paid for the house that they were in and it looks really nice, but the
Hmm.
movie doesn't stretch or go too far outside of that. So it's not this grand thing because it's probably lower budget and it didn't have like the biggest stars in it. But I think they utilized the space and what they did really, really well. And it finds ways to keep yourself engaging. It goes through a lot of setup, but find ways through the ebb and flow of the setup to they keep you engaged.
Got you. And
If that
like
makes sense.
the wasp are only like a catalyst to get to the main problem, or the
It's a
wasp like a
metaphor,
persistent issue.
really,
Okay.
in terms of what the main character is and
Yeah.
the similarities between what the Pacific Wasp are talking about and
Hmm.
her. Like
Like.
the husband's also like a rare bug collector, which I can never be friends with him. So he has like dead rare bugs in frames in the hallway. And there's like a spider, there's a tarantula wasp that eats tarantulas and a bunch of other stuff. And they go through it to explain like what that wasp is, and it kind of talk to the theme of the movie and stuff like that. So
That's interesting because to be like a rare bug collector, one would assume that you know a lot about bugs, and to be like, yeah, there's a wasp nest in our house, and be like, all right, like I feel like that's wild. But yeah,
I
so
guess he was just like, whatever, you could deal with it for like you could worry, don't worry about it right now.
that's
And
crazy.
like she was like catching them, put them in cups, letting them die, like just to
Mhm,
stay and bang in the cup and just die, and then throwing them by the window.
mhm.
And when I saw her do it the first time, I'm like, okay. But then when she like knocked it over the window, it's like 30 of them there. So it's been going on for a while.
That's
30 of
crazy.
them are dead, you know? But yeah, I think it was a really, really good movie. I think CC Clemens, if she's still in the live chat, would agree. Where I'm gonna
Where's
rank
it
this though.
streaming, or where can I watch it?
Where did I watch? I think I rented it on Prime.
Okay,
I don't think I think after I rented it on Prime, it ended up on streaming, so you can watch it for free now. Yeah, it's on Sling and it's on a couple other stuff.
okay.
So I think that like the day after I rented it, it ended up on streaming, which is funny. But in terms of it, I think stream is really, really a strong thing. I don't think it's a theater worthy movie. I think it's a really strong stream.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it behind Sideways only because I know that Paul Giamatti got an Oscar for it. So I figured,
He did?
yeah, I'm pretty sure he got an Oscar for Sideways.
What else was out that year?
Hold on, I might be wrong. Sideways Oscar win. It won Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor. Did it win Best Picture? Really? Yeah, won Best Suggestion, also nominated for including Best Picture, Best Supporting. Yeah, it won a couple of ones. And I'm pretty sure he won for Best Actor. I know your face right now. It's like, what?
It's not a bad movie.
But you're just shocked.
Award winning? I don't know about that.
And plus,
we got some funny comments in here. The first comment we got is from Nanette. I don't know if I would classify it as a British comedy, but I also wouldn't know how to classify a British comedy. It's also not British at all.
Gotcha. Do you know the character that she plays in Game of Thrones? I know who she is. I don't, because I haven't watched Game of Thrones. I just know that that's like where she blew up. What is her name? I feel bad now because I said the one actress name, but I didn't say the other one. So it's Naomi Harris. Where's the damn cast at? And Natalie Dormer. There we go.
She does sound familiar.
Yeah. Tarantulas. Yeah, you already know. Me and Dark Movies already had a long conversation about this. We do not like bugs, especially spiders.
That's interesting because as a horror fan, I would think that Dark would like spiders, especially because that's like a
scariest horror movie we saw this year was Infested. He said,
"Yeah, I refuse. I'm not. Never.
Nope.
Never.
There's 3 movies this year that came up that has bugs featured in it. Space something with Adam Sandler. Where he did not watch that. Refuse. There's Infected, and then there's another spider one. Not watching any of those.
Yeah, I'm Sting. Was that the other one?
Sting. Yes, thank you.
Never.
Wasp or the Devil.
Yeah,
I imagine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, CC rented it too. Hey, Michael 101591.
What up, Michael?
What movies are you both looking forward to next year? Captain America: Brave and New
World. Marvel slate. I'll just say that. DC slate. Just put that out there too. And Mission Impossible 8. Sinners. With Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler. Mickey 17, finally, if that ever does come out. And there's like a ton of other Wicked for Good, which is a terrible title in my opinion, but that's
stupid. Should have just been part 2.
Awful title. Yeah, just leave it part 2. Act 2, as a matter of fact, since it's based off a play. But yeah, there's several that I'm looking forward to. And you know what I'm most looking forward to, Zach? I'm most looking forward to the A24 film that I've never heard of before, that I've seen a trailer the week before it comes out, and it ends up being in my top 10 movies of the year. It happens every year.
That happens every single year. For me too. It's like, oh, I don't know what movies they have coming out, and the next thing I see a trailer pop up, and it looks fire. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, like
Everything Everywhere All at Once was until like 2 weeks before the movie came out.
Same thing with a movie that we'll talk about later on in the stream. Like, I didn't see it when it came out, but I didn't hear about it until like the week before it came out, and I just watched it this past weekend, and it ended up in my top 10. So it was like, it happens every year.
Yeah. And I think this is the most movies.
Oh, and Neon. I'll put Neon up there too, because Neon because I don't think I heard of The Substance until like a week before that came out. Yeah. So yeah, that's another one. Same thing with Anora.
The only Neon movie I know that's coming out next year is The Monkey, and that's only because Oswald Perkins is directing it, and he did Long Legs, so now he has like a little bit of hype to his name. That looks interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm forcing you to watch Infested, Kenny.
I don't believe in it.
If you can get Kenny to 4,000 subscribers, he'll watch.
Hey, amen. There we go.
Companion. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to Companion. I've seen the trailer 17 million times. Same trailer over and over. But it's with Jack Quaid and Sophie Thatcher. Jack Quaid's playing that evil boyfriend, I guess. Like he has her trapped, and like the end of the trailer is her hand on fire and she's looking at it. I don't know if you've seen that trailer.
I saw a couple of trailers before Nosferatu that I actually was like, this looks really good. Novocaine was another one I saw that I was like, oh, this looks
with Jack Quaid. Fun. Yeah, it looks fun. The Presence, that movie about the haunted house, but it's from the POV of the ghost.
Oh, I
That
haven't heard of that.
January.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what's her name again? Oh my God, Charlie Angels. Um,
Uh,
Lucy Liu is in it. She's the mom.
I was going to say Cameron Diaz, but
Nah, I think Cameron Diaz has a movie coming out next year. She's coming back to acting with Jamie Foxx.
oh, Avatar: Fire and Ash is another one I'm looking forward to.
Oh yes, I love the Avatar movies,
Yeah.
so I'm excited. His Avatar. Yep, it's Avatar. You say
Hmm.
you're so right, Kenny. A24 is be popping, just popping up out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
And I found out after the third Avatar movie comes out, it's going to be 4 years until Avatar 4. God damn.
That's wild.
Yeah. Did you know that Monkey is based off a Stephen King book? Yes, I did hear about that.
Hmm.
Yo, he's supposed to be making so much money. They make adaptations about everything he makes
He's got to be making money.
over and over too. Like they have remakes of some of his stuff. Like it's
Yeah.
crazy. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Spoiler King? What's up, Tank?
Hank. Only a teaser trailer for Companion was released, and I enjoyed it. Me too. I'm excited for like a full trailer, and never puts the date of the movie. I think it is January, but they haven't put the date yet.
Let me do some Googles, see what Companion
Yeah,
is. See if I can
I'm kind of
recognize
looking
it.
forward to Wolfman. Oh yeah, Wolfman. I'm looking forward to that too.
That's this month. That's January.
That's January too. I hope it's not a January dump, and it's just that November's or October is too busy.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Fire and Ash 2, but screw the first movie. Wow, damn.
Okay. Yeah.
What is the
I
worst
haven't
film
heard.
you saw this year? Kenny, you can answer that. My worst. I just wrote the script for my worst films of 2024 list. I'm hoping to get that out tomorrow. So I'm not gonna answer that right now. Y'all gonna have to watch the video.
Uh, the American Society of Magical Negroes is the worst movie I've seen this year. Like by far. By far.
I can spoiler alert. That is on my list.
Yeah.
That's definitely on my list.
I can't think of a movie I've seen that this year that was worse than this. Worse than that.
That's fair.
But yeah.
King is probably wiping with dollar bills. Oh, Stephen King.
Oh, Stephen King. I was like, who? Armor King?
Last comment before we go on is Companions come out January 31st. Damn, it's just making the deadline for January.
Wow.
Okay, let me get into the next film. So Kneecap. When fate brings Belfast teacher JJ into an orbit to self-confess low-life scum. I don't know how to pronounce their names. I think it's Noisy and Liam. The needle drops on a hip-hop act like no other. Rapping in their native Irish, they lead a movement to save their mother tongue. So Kneecap is one of the most interesting films that I've watched this year. I've kept hearing about it because I'm going to be submitted for Oscars for international feature because
Okay.
it's an Irish film, clearly. And it's about a real rap group that they're this is like their life, but just exaggerated. A real Irish rap group, and it's during a time where I didn't know this, that the British are like almost getting rid of the native Irish language. Like most people speak English there, they don't really speak the native Irish language, and there's a few people that's trying to keep it alive. And there's a movement going on to have a law put in state that can keep it alive. But these two rappers are like, they weren't rappers, they were just drug dealers and hustlers. But this music teacher heard them rap by mistake one time, was like, you guys could really blow up from this. And they start doing it, and the songs start catching on, they start blowing up. But the media start using them as a bad example why the Irish language shouldn't
I
be
see that.
a
Yeah.
thing. They're rapping in Irish, and they're talking about F the government, F the police. They're very inspired by American hip hop. They even say in the film, thank God, because if they didn't say this, I was going to be hating this. They said, hip hop helped Black people express themselves, and now it's saving our language.
Yeah.
So I respect it now. The movie is funny. It has a lot of levity to it. It's raunchy. It has a lot of cussing. It's kind of violent in parts, and it's kind of just a roller coaster of a film.
So,
yeah.
Most important question.
Yeah.
Are there Irish bars? Like, are the Irish bars fresh?
And what do you mean the Irish bar is fresh?
You said they're rapping in Irish. Do,
Oh,
do they have
okay. So
do they
this
have
this is a
bars?
little bit of a negative for the
Okay.
film.
Okay.
Um, I could understand everything that they said
Okay.
in the film because um I was trying to look at the subtitles, look at what they were doing, and the way they did the subtitles for the rapping was kind of like, ever watch those movies, not movies, those music videos that have like the lyrics of sometimes on the screen, but it kind of floats in and out.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing, so I couldn't keep up sometimes.
Ah.
So I didn't
That would
understand
cause me to
every
hit
thing.
the rewind 10-second button multiple times.
Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't understand every single, and Michael Fassbender was in this movie. I was like, what the fuck? As like a martyr, I was wild because he's not
What?
advertised at all in the like anything I see. I seen interviews for this. I didn't see him in it, but he was the father of one of the characters.
Okay.
Um, and I didn't know he was Irish, so that was also another thing.
I was gonna ask. He's not Irish. He's Irish?
He's Irish, yeah. That blew my mind. So yeah, as someone that has Irish in their blood around somewhere, it was pretty cool to see Ireland in like this hip hop, something
Mhm.
that's in my blood there, and how they using it for revolution, which is hip hop is that's part of what the music is for, and just learn that because this is recent. This is not like this is a period piece. This,
Yeah.
this movie came out this year and they filmed it like 2 years ago. So this is
Oh,
something
okay.
that the law went in place to keep the Irish language alive in 2021. That was 3 years ago. The fact that they were trying to get rid of their native language in their country just blew my mind. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. That's high. That's some high key like that's that colonizer.
that's that colonizer crap. They're
That's that.
colonizing each other.
Yeah. Which wow. So my question for you is based on that is are there any black people in this movie?
Nah.
Okay. I remember
No.
I asked Toby one time, are there any black people in oh no, so it was a Spermageddon. This is a long other story. It was a Spermageddon trailer, right? And there was this black girl in it. I was like, there's black people in Norway? And Toby looked at me, I could see virtually through the text. He looked at me like I was crazy and almost sent a missile to my house. Like, of course. I was like, okay, my bad. Um,
We don't know.
I don't know.
Norway
Whenever
is
I
not
see other
represented in
countries,
media.
I only see white people.
Yeah.
They only show white people, unless it's like literally like England and like and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. When they do move, if it's not England and France,
Yeah,
we don't see black people in other countries
no,
outside of, so we don't know.
yeah,
So that's pretty funny because I would ask the same question too. But yeah, there was one girl that I thought was, but then she wasn't. She
hmm
just had a tan. But yeah, ain't no black people in this. But I'm glad that they said something about it
yeah,
in the movie in terms of where hip hop stems from and what
hmm
they're using it for, and why it inspires them and gives them a voice. Yeah, the movie was fun. It was funny. It starts off a little wonky, but after you get past the wonkiness of it, kind of takes off, and I had a really, really good time with it.
got you.
And the fact that these guys are rappers and entertainers first and not actors first, this is their first time
Mhm.
acting, was impressive.
Oh, yo,
They-
I've been very impressed with like non actors acting. I feel
yeah,
like we've seen that a lot recently, and there's been some really good examples of that.
yeah. And this is on Netflix. So if you guys have Netflix, I definitely say check it out.
Nice.
Um Kneecap sounds like the perfect family movie. No, no. Oh my god, my mom would have been so mad if I showed her this shit. Let's see. So I'm gonna rank Kneecap. I think Kneecap is a fun film. I think this is definitely. I would have been mad to watch this in the theater. I'll put it in a matinee.
Okay, nice.
Cool afternoon. It's probably gonna be re-released once the Oscar nominations come out. So I would say if you can, hey, watch it on Netflix, obviously. But if you want to check it out in theaters,
Oh, it's on the
probably
flicks.
yeah, it'll be
Okay,
re-released in January.
nice.
Let's see. I can understand why you don't like the movie. It just sounds horrible. I will never watch that movie. From what show described it as. That's what I'm not sure
We're
what.
talking about American Society Marriage with Negroes,
Oh yeah.
which I'm having a debate internally. Although I think it's not really a debate. Right above American Society of Magical Negroes is I Saw the TV Glow, and they're both like, you know what I mean?
Both Justice Smith.
Yo,
Rough year for me from him.
there's something to say about Mr. Smith. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
I think I've seen him in one movie that I've actually enjoyed, which was Detective Pikachu. So,
Dungeons and Dragons. You didn't like Dungeons and Dragons?
oh yeah, I don't know if I liked him in Dungeon. I don't like his thing.
Okay.
He has the thing.
Yeah, he does have the thing that he does.
He's like, I don't know. Like he has this like he has like the Jesse the guy who played Lex Luthor.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah,
He's the
but
black Jesse Eisenberg.
way more annoying. But way more annoying.
I think Jesse Eisenberg does a good job of balancing it because he's confident when
Right.
he's doing it.
Yeah.
He's insecure and always just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, come on.
I'm not seeing it. Irish is borderline gibberish for legal reason. That is a joke. Thank you for saying that because you're trying to get me in trouble. Spermageddon.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm a bit Irish too. Nice. I definitely want to see Kneecap. Yeah, if you have Netflix, check it out. It's a good time. It's a very good time.
Mhm.
Speaking of film that surprised me, my next film is on Tubi, and I never thought a Tubi original would be a movie that I actually tell people to go watch,
Oh, it's
and
Tubi,
that's
yeah.
Low Lifes. The survival instincts of a road tripping family are put to the test when they have no other choice but to stay at the night at a remote homestead. So this is a film that I saw. What is her name? This is one of my favorite movie tubers. That's big. Well, I think she's big. She probably doesn't think she's big. But she's big to me. Did a most underrated horror movies list, and this was on it. Never heard of it before, and then she said it was on Tubi, and I was like, "What?" And I ended up watching it, and yeah, it's low budget, but they utilized as much the budget as they can, and it shocked me. It shocked me with what was going on because it starts off with the stereotypical family in the forest camping when they shouldn't be camping, and there's hillbillies around, and you feel like you know what's about to happen, and there's twists and turns. The movie is extremely gory, and there's one of the most disgusting. Well, outside of Terrifier 3, because obviously Terrifier movies is all disgusting, but all the horror movies I watched this year, this has one of the most disgusting things I ever seen all year in it. That was also funny. The movie is funny. It's not scary. I wouldn't say it's scary, but it is horrific because of the nature of it. And it was just really, really fun. I had a good time with it because of the twists and turns, the characters, all the actors understand what kind of film they're in. This is a campy, horror, gory, mystery, twisty, turny survival film. And the movie did a really good job of utilizing the budget it had.
Nice. Would you say it's like Wrong Turn-ish?
I think I've only seen Wrong Turn once. I feel like Wrong Turn is a little bit more serious, right?
Yeah. Wrong Turn's one of my favorite horror movies. By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably have to watch it again because I think I've only seen it once. Hold on, I'm putting up a poll. How do you?
It unfortunately has a gazillion sequels.
Yeah, it's like 7 of them, right?
Yeah, I've only seen the first one because I refused. But yeah.
I think it's not a wrong turn situation. It's just they do this every year. The city couple, the city family, because it's a son, a daughter, mom, dad. They do this every year. There's like little problems. Oh, Lynette seen it. She said, "I love low lives." Nice. It's a Grace Randolph. What? Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, Low Lives. Because she's a
Okay.
Yeah.
So silly. Yeah, yeah, they're camp, and then these kind of hillbilly, stereotypical looking hillbillies come, and they're looking for a family member who's missing, and we saw them get murdered in the beginning of the film.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna spoil anything, Mo.
How
I don't
long
want
is
to
it?
lose anything. It's like an hour and 30 minutes, so it's not even a long watch.
Okay.
Um, yeah, it's a good time. I would say just throw it on and have some fun with it.
Nice. Cool. Where would you rank it?
Oh yeah, I gotta do that part right.
Hmm.
So I think it's definitely a really strong stream, just because of the what's the word I want to say, the low budget nature of it.
Hmm.
I'll say it's a strong stream,
Okay.
and I had a better time with it than
Uh,
the Wasp.
he said it's because you were talking about a movie tuber.
Oh no, Grace Randolph would not watch a movie like this.
Yeah.
She's only into like mostly the popular stuff in the award contenders. She doesn't really watch like stuff like this.
Yeah. She'd be spending her
Um,
time telling us that Mr. Terrific's afro is too black power.
I remember watching her say that live, and I was like, Grace. I literally said in the thing, I was like, Grace, what is wrong with you? And she was like, what? I'm like, bro. I I she explained it because that clip doesn't show her explanation. I get what she's saying. She's talking about all the anti woke people and how they're gonna point that out and say like he's a black power character because they don't know who he is and what he's talking about. I get what she was trying to say. I just She just says stuff and I am like, bro, they're gonna clip this out and you're gonna look like a stupid idiot on the
Mm.
internet as always. Um, there's one thing she said I can't defend at all though, but I was just like, yeah, you tripping. Next one up is Baby Girl. A high powered CEO puts her career and family on the line when she begins a tour d'affaire with her younger intern.
Mm.
Um, I have a review for this out, so I'm not going to go deep into it. I'm kind of just gonna rank it now.
Okay.
I think this is a good. This is a full price. I think this is a full price.
The perfect Christmas movie.
Um, huh?
The perfect
Yeah.
Christmas movie.
Hey, she was in Eyes Wide Shut, which was a Christmas movie. So she's keeping on. She's let her freak flag fly on Christmas once
I
again.
have not seen Eyes Wide
Um,
Shut. That's another one that I had to mark
just
off.
eluded you.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. The movie's kinky. It's sexy. It's erotic. It's really well acted and really well made. This is the lady that made Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. If you've seen Bodies, Bodies, Bodies,
I have. I enjoyed it.
yeah,
Hmm.
enjoyed it a lot. And she brings us some of that flair here. I think that she did a really good job directing this film. I think that the hype behind the film made me think that the movie was going to be kinkier and more risque than it actually was. There's a
Hmm.
little bit of nudity and whatever, but it's not as extreme as I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that is still a good time though. I had fun, and that's the most important part.
Yeah,
Not perfect, but I had fun.
that's good.
Oh shoot. And the Lawrence report. He said, yo,
What's
good.
up?
I gonna miss seeing y'all. Oh, I appreciate that. The fact that you said
Appreciate it.
Baby Girl was good. Great film about communication. That's a really good. Yeah, it's all about communication. What you want, what you don't want, and how yes, you can love somebody, but they don't please you in the ways you want. It might not work.
Mm.
Again, bet I'm gonna watch Baby Girl, kinky, sexy. All I need from a film. You know what, Toby? How about no? You sit your little ass. Watch.
I was
Don't get
gonna
me
say
wrong,
something
right?
like I cannot condone recommending this movie to you.
Yeah, I can't do that. A movie I can recommend to you is Blitz. In World War II, London, 9-year-old George is evacuated to the countryside by his mother, Rita, to escape the bombings. Defiant, determined to return to his family, George embarks on an epic, perilous journey back home as Rita searches for him. This is a movie that I reviewed, but no one watched my review.
Mm.
One of my worst performing reviews I ever did. I kind of
Really?
knew that was going to happen anyway. It's an Apple TV movie. Nobody watches those movies.
Gotcha.
What's this movie called again?
Blitz.
I'm trying to write the thing.
I think my worst performing video or review ever was Dream Scenario.
Really?
Literally, no one watched it. I think it has less than 60, less than 50 views, something like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was bad.
My Blitz review as of right now has 35 views, so it was
Whew. Pop the molly.
but it's fine. You're gonna have stinkers. I think I did
Yeah,
a
oh yeah,
really
oh yeah, absolutely.
and stuff like that. But yeah, this movie is interesting because there's a lot of aspects that I like about it. The scope of it is a lot bigger than I expected to be. It's talking about
Mhm.
a time that I didn't know when the Germans were bombing London because they were in cahoots with America, obviously, and how
Mhm.
we're trying to run away and get away from it and not die. And it's this white woman who has a black child whose father got deported
Wow.
and she's struggling to help him with his identity. There's parts of him like, I'm not black, and it's like a little bit of stuff like that. And then her
Mhm.
struggling with having to send him away because her father's like, look, we can't keep him in this dangerous situation because the movie starts with them sleeping and then the bombing start, like the alarms, and they
Oh
barely
wow.
get into the shelter before the bombing start. So all the bombing sequences, because a lot of it is like far away at first, is just showing you on the ground how people react. There's a sequence where the kid, when he's running back home, and he goes through. When I tell you this kid went through the most trying to get back to his mother, he went through the most. I was so unfair for this child. There's a scene where they're bombing right next to him. Insane. I'm forgetting what
Was
the
it like 1917?
Yeah, yeah, and it's as gorgeous as 19. This movie is absolutely gorgeous. The production design, score, all the technical stuff is great. This is Steve McQueen, one of the best
Okay.
directors that we have out
Mhm.
right now. And I just think the script was the weak part. There was too
Okay.
much things, like you saw all the different things I just talked about. They didn't all connect and feed into each other as good as I want to, because there's
Mhm.
also a storyline of like the women's rights movements in work in there too, and that doesn't really tie into anything, but it's happening and she's dealing with it. And then there, the everybody kind of being racist to her child and saying things like there's a lot of little stuff in there. He gets a black male, somebody to look up to, and that relationship was cute, but it's a lot of stuff going on. But I don't think all of it ties together. But it does have one of the most emotional impacting endings I've had. I would say this is not something I would say go watch in a theater because of the story is not fully there and you might feel disappointed paying to go see it. But I would say watch it on Apple TV Plus because how gorgeous it is. The act it's Saoirse Ronan. We know she's one of the best actresses doing it right now.
Yeah.
And the little kid, while I don't think he was fantastic as an actor, during the scenes where he's like in peril, he does a great job.
Okay.
Um and the guy from
So
Baby
like a
Driver,
Sydney Sweeney kind of thing.
what you said?
So like a Sydney Sweeney kind of thing.
Yes. Yes, I'm glad you remember I said that.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's
I pay
definitely good
attention to my
when he's in
friends.
peril. Yeah. So Blitz, I would say the streaming film. I'll put it right here.
Okay. That
Uh,
was one I was interested in, but like similar to what CC said, like the film looked slow paced, so I
mhm.
was kind of like, kind of, you
Oh,
know what I mean?
yeah, it is a slower paced film. It takes a little. It starts off strong because the bombing is the start, and
Mhm.
then it starts slowing down, and then it gets a little faster again because there's the conflict of like the kid also is like, "Why are you sending me away? I hate you." So that's like the
Mhm.
last thing he said to his mom before
Oh
they got
wow.
separated. Yeah. I watched Apple TV, but I haven't seen this movie. Yeah, it dropped on Apple TV over, I think, like 2 months ago. Recipes Dream Serial, that movie is so good. One of my favorite movies of last year. I thought Nicolas Cage should have got nominated for awards.
I agree.
He only got the Golden Globe nom. Same thing with Joaquin Phoenix with Beau Was Afraid, but you know,
The
he's having
perform-
bad rep now because of Napoleon, Joker, and then him backing out
oh
of the
yeah, yeah.
Queer movie. Yeah, that wasn't good.
That's a bad
Uh,
trio right there.
Yeah, that I think that backing out of that thing is gonna hurt him more.
Yeah,
Uh,
because he
because
started it.
he pushed the director to do this, and then he got scared about doing the scenes, and then they couldn't. Now the film is just gone. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine, like, oh, I got this job, a movie with Joaquin Phoenix, and I forgot who the director was, but it was like a big director, and then it's just like, now my job is gone because this one actor backed out,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have the budget to find another one in time. That's just crazy.
That's wild.
I appreciate you collecting movie, man. I love me some Sonic, but the film appeared Sarzi, but the film appears slow paced to me, so I skipped it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I know you like your faster paced films. That's totally fair. Now on to one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Rita, an underrated lawyer working for a large firm, more interested in getting criminals out of jail than bringing them to justice, is hired by the leader of a criminal organization. So this is one of those films that I watched because it is up for awards. It's won a bunch of awards, got nominated for a bunch of awards. So I was like, okay, I want to check it out. This is also seems like the year of the musical. We got Mean Girls, we got this, we got Joker, we got Wicked, and I feel like there was The End, which I missed, which was also an End of the World musical with Tilda Swinton.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to check this out because there's been a lot of good musicals coming out. And unfortunately, this movie was I'm going to talk about it in my top 10 worst films of the year because it's on it. So I'm going to go more in depth why I didn't like it. But it's just a insulting film. It's a Spanish culture film directed by a French person who looks like he didn't do any research. So not only is he not taking care of the Spanish part of it, the Mexican culture part of it, it's also a story about a drug lord, a dangerous Mexican drug lord, transitioning into a woman because that's how they felt. They're a woman, and that sounds like an interesting story.
Right.
That if it was executed well, could have been a top 10 movie of the year.
Yeah.
But the way they handled the trans part of it is so lackadaisical, and there's like a line in this movie when like the drug lord transitions and they run into their kids again and they're hugging them, and then the kid says, "You smell like my dad," and I was like, all right, come on. Okay. Selena Gomez is not a native Spanish speaker, but they knew they couldn't get this movie off the ground if she didn't sign up, even though Zoe Saldana should have been enough. And her Spanish is, for me, who's not a Spanish speaker, it was fine, but you can tell
Right.
it's not as good as the rest of the cast.
It's like it's like when what is that gentleman's name? I forget his name, but the gentleman who played Bob Marley. I was like, yeah, it was great. And you were like, nah, sir.
Bruh. When I
No,
saw
no,
this, I was
no.
like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
As someone, like, I don't speak patois, I don't have the accent.
Mm-hmm.
Really bad at it. But
The
I
people's.
understand it's not just about accent. You have to be able to say the words the right
Right.
way too. Yeah, you smell like my dad is what it was. I had to rewind it because I was like, no, that didn't happen. Rewind. Oh, it did. Oh, did. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, I'm gonna go deep more into it during my video, but yeah, this is gonna be. So this movie is they're talking about best picture and best supporting actress and best actress and best adapted screenplay, and I'm like, bruh. Oh, and the worst part of it, all those things, the musical aspect of it. It's a musical. It's not good.
Now, is the musical aspect of it, is it in Spanish?
Parts of it.
Okay.
Because there's like English speakers here and there and all that like that. So and also that's another problem I had is like they're dancing, some of them they're singing in Spanish, so I have to read subtitles, but then I can't watch the choreography because I have to read the subtitles. I can't.
Right.
You know, so I had like that issue. I guess it's a me issue, but also this is a movie that is being presented to us. It's on Netflix. So yeah, I just had a lot of problems. I thought that the storyline could have been so great if it was executed properly, because the actress that plays the transitioned gangster is great. Like, she's great. She deserves all the praise that she's getting. Zoe Saldana is fantastic. Those are the two bright spots of the film. If they weren't in this would have been my worst movie of the year, to be honest with you.
Wow.
But yeah. So
Oh.
easily, based on what I'm saying, and I think this might be the first time I've done this in a while, in a movie, it's a skip.
Skip.
I wouldn't even skip.
Mhm. Skip.
I wouldn't even tell y'all to go watch this just so you can see what's going on. What's the word? When it does get nominated for awards, I wouldn't even tell you how to do this. This is the Crash of 2024. Like, even though I think Crash is a better movie than this, but it's that movie that doesn't deserve to be there.
I was gonna say like it sounds like a Green Book situation.
Green Book's probably better than this though.
I haven't seen Green Book. All I know is like the people of our, you know what I'm saying, who did see it were
Yeah,
like,
yeah. And Hispanic and trans people are very upset with this movie, but they seem to
mhm,
keep pushing it, and I don't understand why. A film, the next one up, a film that I think a lot of people of our ilk would like is
mhm.
Exhibiting Forgiveness.
Yeah.
Utilizing his paintings to find freedom from his past, a black artist on the path to success is derailed by an unexpected visit from his estranged father. A recovering addict desperate to reconcile, together they learn that forgetting might be greater challenge than forgiving. This is a wonderful film. This is a directorial debut, very impressive one. The father, who's the supporting actor, if this movie had more hype, should get nominated for best supporting actor. I think
Mhm.
he does a great job in here. This is another, like this is the year of musicals. This is also the year of horror, but this is also the year of movies that deal with art, helping, and healing. We have Sing
Very
Sing,
much so.
Ghost Light. We're going to be talking about that later in the
Mhm,
stream. Exhibiting Forgiveness is another one, and they do a really good job presenting black people in a positive way,
mhm.
without it being struggle. And yeah, the father was missing or whatever, but it didn't have, it's not because they're black, it's not a trope, it's something that he was struggling with and trying to do better. But after you being a child and being hurt so much by this father's actions, and as they reveal more and more what the father did, can you forgive this person even though they're clearly better? Like,
Right.
it's clear as day that they're better. They're not 100%, but they've gotten much better.
Mhm.
And can you forgive this person? Can you forget? Can you, what can you do? How do you struggle to that? And how does it affect your son? How does it affect your wife? How does it affect your family? You not forgiving this person when each of them are trying to as well. So I think that the cinematography was really gorgeous. I think they utilized the set design really well. It's not like the most crazy production design, but the way it was just this artful, and like each room really signified what was going on in the scene.
Mhm.
And the lead actor was fantastic as well.
Yeah.
This was a very
He
impressive
looks
movie.
familiar.
Our boy, oh my god, why am I forgetting his name? It's not too dandy. It's blue. I hate when
Papu?
I forget my homies' names in our movie tuber chat.
Blue Jay.
Blue Jay. My bad,
Yeah.
Blue Jay. Blue
Okay.
Jay. He suggested this movie to me, because I wanted to go see it in theaters, but it left my theater before I could go check it out. I think it's on streaming now. I rented it. I gave my money because I'm trying to give my money to black movies,
Hey,
going forward.
there you go.
And yeah, it was just a wonderful time, and I definitely highly recommend it. I think the slow nature and the nature of the film, I would say it's a matinee.
Okay.
Um, and I'm going to put it above Exhibiting for Kneecap right now. Kneecap is a
Mhm.
more bombastic, exciting, fun film, but Exhibiting Forgiveness it was such an emotional impact on me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, never mind. Good. Sorry.
No, ask the question because I'm doing a poll.
No, I was going to ask: have you had a situation in your life where you had somebody who was like terrible to you at one point, but obviously changed, but you struggled with the idea of forgiving them?
I'm glad you asked this because it's cool to give personal stories, especially how
I
these
know I
movies.
have.
I think this movie
Yeah.
affect me personally too. I should have talked about that.
Mhm.
Um, my father was gone in my life pretty early in my life, before I was even like 2, and he showed up again when I was 11. and when it was time to help me because I was bullied in school, when it was time to help me, and I was not trying to toot my own horn, but my teachers thought that I needed to be in a more elevated experience in school, so my mom wanted to put me in a private school. And when it was time to help with that, he disappeared. And then he messaged me on Facebook when I was 22. So he has like a whole like 11 year. Honestly, when I turned 33, I thought he was gonna message me again. I thought it was like every 11 years he was gonna come in my life. And he messaged me on Facebook this whole long thing about I'm being the love of his life and God's light and all of the crap. And I just couldn't let go of everything that happened, right? Like I was 22, raised by my mom, mom's sister, my brother, and like I didn't need you. In my head, I was like, you're not gonna get to miss all the struggle of raising me. And now that I'm a man in college with a job and can take care of myself, you're gonna just like, oh yeah, we could go eat dinner and pay half.
Yeah.
Like that's not gonna happen. So like I just ignored him, and it's like a long history stuff. So like I related a lot to how he was feeling. My father is not a drug addict, well, that I know of, or anything like that. But he's basically a deadbeat. Like he's in that way disappears, comes in to his children's lives. So I understood where the main character was coming from. The mom in this, and mom is one of my MVPs of 2024. That's a new category for the Zack Attack Awards, the MVP award. That's for people who are in multiple movies and excel in them. And Aunjanue Taylor Ellis, who
yeah, from Origin.
From Origin. She was in Origin, she was in Nickel Boys, and she was in this.
Okay.
And gave wonderful performances in all three. And she forgave the father, and that was a struggle for me because my mom has not forgiven mine. So I was just like, I'm trying to relate to you in terms of how could you forgive him for the things that he did, and it was an interesting experience.
Okay. Yeah, I had a similar situation, or not similar. I'm sorry. I had a situation where I struggled with forgiveness of my own stepfather because when I think I was just going into high school, he injured his back. He was already not a person who I really liked at the time, but he injured his back and decided to not get back surgery, but instead medicated himself with alcohol. And so for my entire teenage life, up until from like 12 to to 18 when I left the house to go to college, like it was awful. Like it was bad. Like I slept on my best friend's couch who literally lived right across the street from me, like walking across the street, and all that stuff. And then he's clearly better now, but every once in a while he'll do something that reminds me of it, and it's just like enraged, like immediately again, right? So one time, like he called me drunk, and I was like, I almost like shed a tear or something like that because I just remember having these conversations with this drunk nigga and stuff like that. So it was like it's wild. So yeah, it should be an interesting movie to watch because I think I'm gonna watch it. It looks good. But
I think this is gonna hit you right in the feels. I think this is right down your alley. It's available for rent for you if you. I don't know when's gonna be. Who distribute this? Roadside Attractions. I don't know who that is, so I don't know when it's coming to stream.
Have you noticed all these production companies that have just been popping up recently? Like, who the hell is Orange Frog Media? Like, who's? I just made that up.
There's one with like a red M that I've been seeing lately. I don't know if you've seen that in the front of movies, and I'm like, where did y'all come from?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of. I think it's the business of getting into films, man. Films are starting to get hot again. I think, and I think everyone wants a piece. Wrestling, films are both getting hot, while music is starting to decline. I think, which is interesting because I think when music was hot, like the last 10 years, wrestling and movies were declining, and now it's like the other way around.
It's bad. Music is really bad right now.
Yeah, it is in a bad state.
There's some gems, but overall,
no one's pushing the envelope. Everyone's just copying each other.
Yeah.
Alumi Sorzi. Oh yeah, I read that one. Mean Girls. I guess he didn't like Mean Girls. I like Mean Girls. I like both.
I like the Mean Girls musical.
Oh nah.
I like the original movie.
Watching that. Watch it win a lot of Oscars. Oh, please, to whatever deity is up there, Allah, Jesus, Zeus, whatever, you name it. Please don't let that movie win. I don't really ask you for much. Don't make that movie win.
I would hope that with the expanded like judges
Academy.
that the Academy added, that it would be some more. But you never know. You really never
Yeah,
know.
you just never know. Because right now it looks like the Brutalist, Conclave, and this are the ones that are kind of, and then it's just like it's the older guys. Like I think the Brutalist is a really good movie.
Yeah,
like it's an Academy movie. Like they're eating it up. Conclave, I get. Like I think Conclave is better. We're gonna be talking about that soon too.
Yeah.
I need to go watch the live stream tomorrow. Happy New Year! Oh, Happy New Year! Thank you for jumping in. I heard that, Zach. Similar stitch with my bio dad. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Zach and Kenny, that you both for sharing and being vulnerable. Forgiving is such a difficult thing to do, but I think doing that proves we are the better person. Definitely. I'm at that point now. Like if I actually, I'm lying. I don't know. Because I was gonna say that, like if I saw him, I could, but I thought I saw him on the train one time and my heart sunk. So I don't think I am at that point.
Yeah, I'm still at the point of like instant rage whenever I see this person.
Yeah, so
or hear this person, or get a text message from this person. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know.
Super brave of y'all to share your stories. I appreciate that. Thank you. Conclave, love it. Yeah, Conclave was great. My dad left right after I was born. My mom asked him if he wanted to hold me, and he took one look at me and walked out of the room. Not met. Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry that you had to find out about that. That's terrible. I apologize on the representative of the man race, even though we're both men. Yeah. I'm sorry. The next film is Tuesday. A mother and her teenage daughter must confront death when it arrives in the form of an astonishing talking bird.
So was this the girl in the heron?
No, this movie made a lot more sense than the boy in the heron.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically the film is Louis, what's her name again? Louis Dreyfus? How you say her name?
Julia Louis Dreyfus.
Yeah, her daughter is the main character, even though she's not on the poster, which is weird. But I get why they did that. Her daughter is the main character. She's dying, but they don't know when she's gonna go. And that bird is the embodiment of death. And he hears the cries of everyone that's dying in the world. It's driving him crazy because he can't get to them all the time and right on time. And it's kind of like that Superman thing where Superman can hear the problems everyone's having at the same time. He has to pick and choose who to go to, and he's trying to help people with suffering. And he literally gets tired after doing it for a while. So we're living with this girl for a little while. The mom is busy working and not paying attention to her as much. She has like an aide that comes to help her, and the aide is trying to tell her, like, you need to spend more time with her. She needs you. And she's like, nah, she's fine. So the aide leaves her one time, and the bird comes to her, and it's time. And the girl says something to the bird that makes him stop. And they start building a relationship. And it's kind of this thing of like, I have to take you, but you're fascinating. And for some reason, when I'm with you, I don't hear the noise anymore. So it was kind of like a break for him. So it was a low budget film, even though the VFX for the bird was amazing at points, because it gets big, it gets small, it changes and stuff like that. The voice they chose for the bird was hilarious because it sounded like Galactus.
Oh, okay.
And it was like a small, tiny bird that looked like a parakeet. So I was like, okay. And the movie was kind of dark humor, like it's lived for a long time, and it was going through all the prophets. Like, yeah, he's cool, he's an asshole, and all that stuff. So it's like some humor in there. It's a lot of suffering. There's a twist that happens that I'm not going to spoil, so you guys can watch it. But I had a good time. I think the low budget nature of it and the singular nature of the story, where it doesn't the plot's not like too convoluted. I want to say convoluted. Convoluted is a bad word. It's not layered enough to be like something that I feel like is a great film, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think it's a unique film. It's an A24 that you should check it out. So I'll definitely put this as a stream. This is not something that I would have watched in theaters, but it's definitely something that I was fine streaming.
Nice.
Tuesday.
Man, you saw a
Let me
lot of
pull-
movies I didn't see.
Yeah, so I'm trying to hurry up. Which is better? I'm trying to put a poll up again. Tuesday, because they're both A24 movies. Janet Planet. This next one, I don't have much to say about it. Janet Planet is boring. It's just boring. It's a boring movie. It's one of the most boring A24. You know how people who don't like A24 films joke about like how the vibes of A24 are and make the memes about it? This is like a movie that they meme about.
Okay.
It's everything that they say A24 is, but it actually isn't, but this movie is.
Okay.
It's longer than it needs to be. Flat performances, beautiful cinematography, and great music, yada yada yada. But it's slow. Has an interesting idea, but it doesn't flesh it out or move it at a pace that I was like engaged in the film. It's one of those movies I had to rewind a couple times because I was like nodding. Yeah, I'll have a video talking about it soon. Yeah, Janet Planet is a skipperuno for it. I'm not even gonna spend too much time. I don't. It's better than Amelia Perez, but it's wait, is
That's
it?
wild. With all
Oh,
that
you
said,
know what? I'm gonna put Amelia Perez above it because at least Amelia Perez held my attention.
mm.
That even though Amelia Perez is offensive, it held my attention. My dad left right. Oh, I read that. It's fine, Zach. I don't even care about him. From what my mom told me, he started off doing drugs like weed and stuff in the '60s. A few months after he started selling the stuff. Yeah, I hear you. The only thing I know about him that he lives in Mexico. Oh wow.
Okay.
All right. A movie that I'm going to highly suggest, I also have a review for this, so I'm not going to talk about it too long, is Nickel Boys, chronicling the powerful friendship between two young black teenagers navigating the harrowing trials of reform school together in Florida. So this is the kind of film that it sounds like, oh, yeah, okay, we have tons of things like this. But this is this is a narrative debut by this director. His first film was a documentary. And this is his first time for doing a non-documentary, but it's an adaptation of a book. Basically, this school that they go to called Nickel Academy is based off a real life Florida school called, I said it in my review, but I don't remember what it is. It's like Sunset Academy or something like that, where they segregated the white and black boys from each other, and they treated the black boys terribly.
Mm.
What's innovative about this film is that the 90% of the film is from first person point of view, and it's from the first point of view of the two main characters.
Like a video game?
Yeah, to like a video game. So it puts you in their shoes completely. Like you feel immersed in the film in a way that other films don't have you, because you always feel kind of removed from the character because you're so far away. You're in it and feeling everything that they're going through, and it's a good way to show violence without showing the violence. I think often in times in black movies they like to showcase what's happening to them, and it's kind of like
It's a lot.
traumatizing.
Yeah.
This one is similar to the A24 film last year, Zone of Interest, which was about the
Okay.
Holocaust and those people who were doing the things, the family that was living on the site that was doing the things, but we were just living with them and hearing what was happening. It has some of that in this, in terms of like that we're in the body of this kid and he's hearing what's happening to his classmates. And just the hopelessness of it. But the main character was so naive and so hopeful to push his way through it, and the way the movie was trying to drag him down, while the other character who he becomes best friends with was cynical from the beginning, because it feels like he went through more life than the main character. And while he was already down, if the hopefulness of the main character was pulling him up, and they're kind of like leveling out. Like he was becoming more cynical, he was becoming more hopeful, and they were becoming best friends because of that.
When
Yeah.
when I watched your review of it and you described that, it kind of reminded me of a movie that you also saw recently.
Yeah.
We Grow Now. and how one of the boys was very like
Yeah.
I don't want to say pessimistic, but he wasn't he didn't have a lot of hope, and the other kid did, and that's kind of what it reminded me of a bit.
Yeah, I think it's very similar situations in terms of the dynamic,
Hmm.
but I think this is a more harrowing situation because the everything is up against them. Like
Yeah.
his parents not in the picture. The main character, the grandma, played by Audrey Taylor, again does a great job. Looks
Mhm.
way older in this movie. They made her look a lot older in this film. Um, is trying to she can't get he can't get his letters. The lawyer who was trying to help him screws them over. It was just so much shit happening, and he just kept the hope. It just showed like even through like the darkest times, like there are pockets of hope and happiness that you can find
Yeah.
to better yourself, even if you're in a situation that feels like you're just stuck in it.
Hmm.
This is one of the most interesting, engaging films that I've seen this year. I have a funny thing. I got tickets to play that week I saw this movie. It was the first time I paid for movies in a long time because I have Regal Unlimited, so I usually don't pay up
Right.
front for my movies. But because of the limitedness of it, I think a lot of limited movies are not on Regal Unlimited, so sometimes I have to pay for it. So I paid
Hmm.
for Sonic, I paid for Nickel Boys, and I paid for The Brutalists.
Okay.
And this was the best of the three for me of those films. Um, and I got to see it in 35 millimeter, which enhanced the experience because it made it feel old school because it feels like an old school film. But I went to a theater I never went to before, and I went into the wrong showing. So I sat down. I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, where's everybody? There was nobody else because when I bought the seat, there was tons of seats taken. So I was like,
Yeah.
where did everybody just skip out? What's going on? I'm sitting there watching the movie. I have no idea what the hell is going on. I'm like, what? So I saw the ending of the movie because I went to the digital version instead of the 35 millimeter version. So I
Okay.
saw the last 10, 15 minutes of the movie, and I was like, oh, the credits are rolling. Okay. I know I didn't miss the movie. I got here on time. So I left out and I was like, where's the Nickel Boy story? And it's like, oh, it's right here. I was like, the guy told me go down the stairs and go straight. And he's like, I'm so sorry. No, it's a little further to the right.
So wait, did you miss the start of the movie?
Yes, I did.
Ah, that sucks.
So I missed the first like 10 minutes of the movie.
Okay.
Luckily I read up on what's happening. I'm gonna watch this movie again so I could see it. Same thing
Sure.
happened with American Fiction where I missed the first 10 minutes of that too, which sucked. Not the movie, the missing the first 10 minutes.
Mhm.
So I just thought that was a funny antidote that I had that happened when watching this film. Just me sitting in the wrong seat going, what the hell is going on? But I think Nickel Boys is something that everyone should watch. It's educational in a way where it's like, wow, this was actually happening while having levity, being harrowing. It's an American story that people need to hear.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I'm gonna say I'm gonna say matinee only because it's like this. Well, actually, no, full price because it's a innovative film and one of the most important films of the year. I think it's better than Baby Girl. I'm gonna leave Die Hard 2 there because it's a classic.
Hmm.
And yeah, I highly recommend Nickel Boys if you have not seen it yet. Let me start speeding up. Sleep. I don't know how to pronounce these people's names, but Yoon Soo-jin have just gotten married. Seemingly out of nowhere, he starts talking in his sleep. Someone's inside, he says. From the night forward, whenever he falls asleep, he transfers into someone else with no recollection of the night before. Soo-jin is overwhelmed with anxiety that he hurt the family while she sleeps and can barely sleep awake because of this irrational fear. Despite sleep treatment, Hyun-soo's sleepwalking only intensifies as she begins to feel that her unborn child may be in danger.
That's
So sleep. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
that's a very interesting. I want to see that.
Yeah, it's on. Is it on Prime Video? Let me see. Let me let you know right now. And I already gonna tell you right now. I highly recommend this movie. It's a directorial debut. No, I had to rent it. I had to rent it on Prime Video, but it's only $3. It's
Okay.
not that. I highly recommend this movie. It was that same Impression Blend. Impression Blend is the YouTuber, one of my favorite movie tubers. I think she's from Germany or something like that. And it was in her underrated horror movies list. And I
Hmm.
take her opinion seriously. So I was like, let me go watch this. I was very impressed that this was this person's first directed movie. It's directed so well, very directed, like very tightly. camera angles, cinematography, all of it is the way they directed the actors. It starts out really light. Oh, the husband is sleepwalking, sleep talking, and then little things keep happening where it's like, whoa, this is getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And there's a point in the movie where it's like they introduce like a real sleeping disorder, and like she started looking it up, and the people with the sleeping disorder have killed their family.
Oh wow. Oh,
So they're trying to figure out, yeah, like, and they're sleeping. They don't realize it happens until after.
that's crazy.
Um, it's very crazy. So like, it's a point where like she's like, is this the sleeping disorder, or are we cursed? Is this a haunting? And throughout the movie, you're trying to figure out which one it is. The husband's like, no, it's sleeping disorder. I'm gonna take the pills. The wife is like, no, you're haunted. And they're trying to figure out what's going on. They're battling heads, and obviously there's a baby involved and a dog, and it's just so interesting because it starts off so light, so fun. It's like this cute relationship between these two. You get really invested in the relationship because it's so adorable and like a loving like relationship they have. Two aspiring people. He's an aspiring actor. She's an aspiring businesswoman. And they support each other fully in both their roles. I really like their relationship. So you already are like, I don't want anything happen to these two.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those movies where you watch the beginning, you're like, I could have just watched their relationship in a movie instead of a horror film. But shit is gonna happen.
Right.
So shit starts happening, and like I didn't see where the thing was gonna go. Like I did not expect this to go where it went. And I think this is a really underrated movie of the year. I'm gonna do my top 10 most underrated films of the year. I have the list already. I have to write the script. This is definitely gonna be on the list because it's just so well made and so good, and I don't hear anyone talking about it. So I highly recommend Sleep. I honestly wish I got to see this in theaters. I'd give this full price. I give this a full price. I actually had a better time with this than Baby Girl. And yeah, I think that I don't want to call it a perfect film, but like I don't have big gripes with it. I can't see what I can really like complain.
Right.
Movie.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's definitely on my radar. Something I want to check out for sure.
Yeah. And let's see, what else do I have? Can I go through fast? Oh, Night Bitch. I don't know if I can say that online without getting, but I already did. A woman thrown into a stay-at-home routine of raising a toddler in the suburbs slowly embraces the feral power deeply rooted in motherhood, and she becomes increasingly aware of the bizarre and undeniable signs that she may be turning into a dog. Yeah, wild ass premise. I'm gonna say
That's wild.
that they didn't use the dog premise to the full extent.
Oh, that sucks.
That's like my biggest gripe. If they would have done that, this would have been a top 10 movie for me. But because of that chink in the armor of the film, it's lower. I still liked it a lot. It's a very divisive film. I see a lot of people trashing it because it's not
I've
what
seen
they
a lot of
wanted.
people don't like it.
Yeah, it's because it's not what they wanted it to be. They thought it was going to be this body horror werewolf movie, and it's not that. It is one of the most honest and real displays of motherhood I've seen on screen. We go through all the steps of her, and a lot of times when they show motherhood, it's like they have the unsupportive husband, or the husband's not there. The husband's there and he's supportive, but it's still a struggle. You can have a supportive husband and still struggle with being a mom, especially if you're someone that was a worker and ambitious. So she toned all that down to stay at home and just take care of this kid, and just the struggles of taking care of a kid who's also a wild child, not in like a naughty way, but he's trying to do things.
Running around, yeah.
Learn not to do certain things. And Amy Adams gives a wonderful performance, as she usually does. And she just struggles so much, but as she's struggling with it, and she's struggling with the fact that her husband is like working all the time and he doesn't understand how tough it is to raise his child, she starts getting primal urges. It's like she's trying to subdue her real self, and it's coming out in a negative fashion. So she starts feeling like she's turning into a dog. And that's the aspect that where it comes from. I think they could have went a little further with that part. But I think what we got was a entertaining, insightful, funny. I laughed throughout the movie. Movie that has a lot of layers in terms of motherhood. I understand a lot of people wanted to be a little bit more than that, and I get that. It was a little bit more funnier side than like scary, but
Yeah.
I had a really good time watching this.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, I haven't finished Night Bitch yet. I get what they're doing, but I'm not into it like that. Some parts are straight up hilarious, though. Yeah, there are a lot of parts that had me dying. Like there's a part where she's in a restaurant with the son, and she's trying to get him to eat, so she starts acting like a dog to eat, and is getting him to do it. And everybody's looking at her like she's freaking crazy, but she's like, "This is the only way I can get my son to eat, so I'm gonna do it." You know?
Yeah, I do what you gotta do.
Yeah. So Night Bitch, it was to me is more of a. I know it hit streaming really fast to me because of the filmmaking. I'm gonna put it as a matinee. I wouldn't have mind seeing this like on a 3 o'clock matinee showing.
Mm-hmm.
At the time. Okay, I'm almost done with all my. Damn, I have so many movies to saw. 1950s Mexico. William Lee, an American expat in the late 40s, leads a solitary life amidst a small American community. However, the arrival in town of Eugene Alderman, a young student, stirs William into finally establishing a meaningful connection with someone. I reviewed this movie. I'm not going to go too deep in it. I'm going to rank it right now. It's a gorgeous film. It's a Luca Guadagnino film, the guy who did Challengers and Call Me by Your Name and everything. Daniel Craig gives an Oscar-worthy performance. I think the visuals and acting is streaming worthy. I think the story itself is not. There are a lot of lapses in the film that I felt like was could feel a lot of boring to people for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that the ending just got really weird, but needed to be grounded just a little bit more to execute all the storylines that it wanted to do. I just want to say it right here, right now. I had someone accuse me of being homophobic because I didn't like this movie, and not be anti-LGBT plus because I also didn't like Emilia Perez and I saw the TV Glow. I just want to say right now, I am pro LGBT plus. I'm an ally. I just didn't like these movies. Well, yeah, I just didn't like these movies. It just happens. It's not. It wasn't because of the gay and the trans part. It's just because the movies just didn't fit my taste. I saw the TV Glow was boring. Queer just wasn't executed the way I wanted to execute it, and Emilia Perez was poorly made. I think the LGBT character was the best part of the movie, but yeah, you know what I mean. So just want to get that out there real quick. I got an Instagram message about it, and I was like, oh. Speaking about the wrong guy,
man. I'll never forget that experience for the rest of my life.
Huh?
So I saw the TV Glow as an experience I'll never forget for the rest of my life.
Yeah, for the wrong
not in a good way.
Not in a good way.
Like, what the fuck is going on? Sorry.
I had that experience watching this next movie, but in a positive way. Skilled in the art of killing, a young assassin defies her mentor to save a boy from a ruthless crime syndicate, and to destroy anyone in her path. Holy crap, this movie is so violent and so like balls to the wall action. Like it's 2 hours and 20 minutes, and out of that 2 hours and 20 minutes, it's probably an hour and 40 minutes of action.
Oh, man.
Or maybe longer. Yeah,
I might watch that tonight.
And yeah, you could watch it tonight, man. Like they do enough. This movie could have been an hour and 20 minutes of just the straight action, and it would have been fine. But they do take the time to set up like an underground organization. They take the time to flesh out the main character and the mentor. They take time to flesh out the situation that they're in. They take time to flesh out why this assassin cares about this boy so much. Because everybody's like, why do you care? You barely know him. And the action sequences are nuts. Like John Wick level nuts. But Indonesia, this is an Indonesian film, so there's subtitles. Is known for action. Kill is an Indonesian film, and that is a great action film. The action in this is on the level of Kill. But there's even more action because that was like only on the train, and then there's parts where they slow down. There's like 20-minute action sequences that go crazy, and there's like futuristic bombs, and it's like samurai action and bombs that shoot nails out. It just went balls to the wall crazy, man. And I know a lot of people are talking about this film. It's on my underrated list. I'm going to talk about it more soon. But yeah, it's on Netflix. Everyone has Netflix. Go check it out. I think my only qualm with the film is that it is a little long. It is a little long, and the third action sequence goes on for a long time to the point where it could kind of feel a little numbing. Because it's like, okay, I've seen enough people get shot up and blown up now. But the ending of it was worth it, I think. And I hope it gets a sequel because it was that good.
That's how I felt about the end of Boy Kills World. It just kept going.
Yeah, it just kept going. Yeah, definitely Boy Kills World. Even though the ending of that action sequence was really good, when it was him and his sister versus the guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that was great.
That was great. Straight, honestly, if I saw this in the movie theaters, I wouldn't have been mad. I'll give it a full price. And I'll put it over Baby Girl. Okay. Let's speed this up. Promised Land, Denmark, 1975 or 1775. Captain Ludwig Kathleen sets out to conquer Danish heath reputed to be uncultivatable, with an impossible goal to establish a colony in the name of the king. In exchange for a royal title, a single-minded ambition that ruthless lord of the region will relentlessly seek to put down. Kalen's fate hangs in the balance. Will his endeavors bring him wealth, honor, or cost him his life? I just got to say, this is one of the biggest surprises of 2024 for me. Is a historical epic drama that details this potato farmer who believes in the king, and the king anointed him to come to this place and plant something in a place that they said it was unplanted. You can't plant anything here. And he figures it out with potatoes, but we have one of the best villains of the year who does not want him to succeed because his father favored him and he does not want him to succeed. And this guy is despicable, easy. He's on the level of the villain from Guardians of 3.
Oh really?
Yeah, like in terms of like how despicable he is.
Now
he does a whole bunch of bullshit. Mads Mikkelsen is the lead character. He's phenomenal in this. The rest of the cast, I have no idea who they are. They're all great. There's political drama, there's classism, there's racism, there is like the struggle of the struggle of them farming this land is in there, and it's like harrowing. There's some action. The action's not the top tier action, but it's satisfying enough.
Right.
And the third act was just really satisfying. Like it gave me everything I wanted. The movie can feel a little slow in parts, but I would say it's worth checking out, guys.
Okay.
Hey, look at Cal out there.
What's up, Cal?
Chat.
Good to see you, man.
Good seeing you. Happy New Year. With his wife out sick. Oh, hold on. Did I rank?
I don't think you did. But I'll be right back. You keep going. I'll be right back.
I'll keep doing my thing. Yeah, I'm gonna give it full price. I would have paid full price for that. Beautiful cinematography. Some servants with his wife out sick, a struggling father brings home a lifelike AI, only to have his self-aware new help want everything for new family has to offer, like the affection of her owner, and she'll kill to get it. It's perfect that Calada just joined the chat because this is a movie that I think he would like. It's erotic, it's futuristic, it's Megan Fox being a robot that's trying to have sex with a human, and I had a good time with it. It is generic in a way in terms like we've seen films similar to this, but I think it was executed well. There's some cool futuristic stuff in there that I haven't seen in other films that I like that they did that I wish that they did more of. But yeah, I had a good time with this movie. I know Dave Shaw recommended it and he ended up liking it. Megan Fox did a great job as the robot, showing range as much as she could and really acting like an android. And the rest of the cast was really, really, really good, especially the child was one of the best child actors I've seen in a horror film. So yeah, I recommend this movie. It's not a movie to go see in theaters, but it's definitely a movie that I say you could stream, and I had fun with. The next film up is Woman of the Hour. An inspiring actress crosses paths with a prolific serial killer in 70s LA when they're casting on an episode of The Dating Game. This year is also the year of directorial debuts. This is Anna Kendrick's directorial debut. She did a great job with this movie. I had a good time watching this. It's intense. It's lighthearted in parts. It's scary in terms of the serial killer himself. It's scary the fact that this is based on a true story, that the serial killer ended up on a dating game after he killed, I think, 20 people. And they show, and the way they intersperse him, how he reels some of these women in and kill them, and then the fact that it's leading up to him being on this dating game, while also showing the main character, who's Anna Kendrick, trying to get on this dating game because she's trying to get her acting career off the ground. She did a really good job of putting in a lot of intensity and mystery in the film, despite it being based on a true story. I had a really good time with Woman of the Hour, and I would have watched this in the theaters if I had a chance. I think this is a film that would have been a good matinee. That I think it was really, really strong. This is the next film is a film that was probably my biggest disappointment of the year, and that's Evil Does Not Exist. Takumi and his daughter Hannah lives in Mizubi Village, close to Tokyo. One day, the village inhabitants become aware of a plan to build a camping site near Takumi's house, offering city's residents a comfortable escape to nature. Yeah, I was excited for this movie. This movie had a lot of hype over the past year. I was excited to watch it. I held off for a long time, and I was highly disappointed. I can't unfortunately recommend this movie. This is definitely a skip for me. It's a vibe over story kind of film. Beautifully done. What's it? Evil Does Not Exist. Saw it. Never heard of it. Sorry, I'm doing polls. Usually I do polls when Kenny's talking. It's a film that I end up just not having a good time with. A lot of showing scenery. I think the first 5 minutes of the film is the credits and a camera showing trees. I was just like, it just didn't do it for me. There was like 30 or 40 minutes of the film that was locked in, and I was like, this is interesting. But after that, I wasn't a fan. So happy to see me. He forgot to rank. I appreciate that. Happy to see me forgot to rank. I think Kal-El will like this IT erotic. Jeez, type of film. If the robot looks like Logan Brown and Zach might risk it all. That's a damn fact. Risk it all, man. Robot Tree. Speaking of robots, a lonely dog's friendship with his robot companion takes a sad turn when an unexpected malfunction forces him to abandon the robot at a beach. Will the dog ever meet the robot again? One of the best animated films that I've watched this year. Absolutely love this film. Funny, emotional, lighthearted, introspective. Has really deep messages about connection. This movie was nominated for Best Animated Feature last year, but it didn't come out in US theaters until this year. So I'm counting as a 2024 film because I couldn't have watched it last year because it was only festival runs, So I really enjoyed this movie. I thought Robot Dreams is now on Hulu. I highly recommend checking it out. Definitely one of the best animated movies of the year. It's definitely gonna get nominated for a Zack Attack Award. Next up is The Brutalist, one of the big movies that recently came out. I know TJ saw it and said it was okay. Escaping post-war Europe, visionary architect Laszlo Toth arrives in America to rebuild his life, his work, and his marriage to his wife Erzsébet after being forced apart during wartime by shifting borders and regimes. On his own strange new country, Laszlo settles in Pennsylvania, where the wealthy and prominent industrialist Harrison Lee Van Buren recognizes his talent for building, but power and legacy come at a heavy cost. This movie has all the inklings for an American epic. I did my full review on it. I'm not going to go too deep. I liked the movie. I thought it was really good. I would say it's a matinee because it's 3 hours and 35 minutes. There's a 15-minute intermission, but it's just really long. And I think that we've seen movies similar to it, and I had issues with the narrative. But overall, it is an epic film. It has a film with a lot to say. I just wish it went deeper into what it had to say. And then that is all the films that I saw by myself. The rest of the films are films that I saw with Kenny. Hopefully he shows up back. But while Kenny is doing what he's doing, we can do Q&A for right now. Have you seen The Brutalist? Yes. No. Never heard of it. On my watch list. So, guys, how are you guys doing? What are your plans for New Year's? Tell me what your boys' plans for New Year's. I think I might be going out after this. I'm not too sure. Might have a party to go to, which is not usually my thing. I'm not really a party guy. But I might be going to a party. I haven't seen the Blue List yet. It says it's not going to come to my theaters until February. Oh, so Blue List is going to end up being a 2025 movie for you. Gotcha. Well, I'm excited to see what you think about it. I know it was very, very limited. It's probably going to be re-released. Re-released in January for the Oscar season. Hey, Dave Boogie, can we really call it a party? One of the people that I might be partying with tonight. I guess it's our kind of party, you know. Video games, pizza, chilling. That's the type of party I go to. I don't really go to like dancing party, club parties. That's not my thing. I like a good house party where I'm chilling with fellow nerds, you know, play some video games and stuff, talk about stuff we've been watching, all that good stuff. Yeah, yep, true. Yeah, I'm hoping to have a good time. Thank you for watching, Nay. I hope you're doing good. I hope your new year is bountiful and fruitful. And yeah, bring your little cousin around, man. We're not going to corrupt him. I promise. I have no parties to go to because all my friends don't live anywhere near me, and I only have two friends. One lives in Atlanta, Georgia, and the other one lives in upper part of Michigan. Yeah, it sucks when people are far away. I live in New York, and it's still hard to connect with friends because it's kind of still a long distance and hard to set up schedules. But being like far apart like that, that's tough. No, that's definitely not my thing either. Yeah, I figure you seem like a pretty chill dude, Nathan. So I'm not shocked that you're not the type of person that be going clubbing, drinking, and twerking and all that good stuff. Hey, Kenny Sparks comes back as soon as I finish talking.
Yeah, that's not my thing either. Like, I really don't like being in very loud environments where there's a whole lot of stuff going on. I'd much rather be in somebody's house. We're just chilling, playing game, having conversations, or be at a coffee shop, like just talking about whatever.
That's
But yeah,
why we get along so well, man.
Yeah, I'm not about the riff and raff. Let's get it wasted. Like, no.
And I've never been about that. Even when I was like
home.
18, 19, 20,
Same.
That was not my thing.
Same. I've never understood the concept of purposely incapacitating myself for a good time. It's just never. I'd never understood.
Yeah, I feel like
if that's your bag, go ahead and do it. But
have pain inside that they're trying to escape. That's what I really think it is.
Yeah.
One of my 2025 and 2026 or 2026, depending on how the year goes, goal is for me to meet Kenny Sparks in real life.
Yeah.
And to review a movie together. That would be amazing. Like in real time.
That'd be dope. All right. So listen. Okay. I want it to be an MCU movie.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
And we have 3 opportunities. We also have Superman.
Yeah.
So, and for me at least, New York is a hop, skip, and a jump. Philly is easier, to be honest with you, because it's a lot less subways and stuff like that. So, and there's a movie theater in the subway where you would get off. So, yeah.
What?
Yeah. But yeah. So anyway, we could always like, hey, I'll meet you at I forget what station it is. In New York, and then we will like near the Javits Center is typically where I end up because that's when I used to go to New York Comic Con all the time.
Oh yeah, go to Comic Con there all the time.
We'll go to a movie, and I'll go home the same day. I don't have a problem with that because it's like I said, it's like a hop, skip, and a jump. Like I'll probably catch the train because the train is quick as hell. But yeah,
that'll be fun as hell. I know sometimes you go to Jersey too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I drive.
Is that closer or further?
Jersey's like a 30-minute drive.
Okay.
So it's not far at all.
Yeah. if that's even better, like a meeting point for us, because obviously I don't live in Jersey.
Well, that would be difficult for you because you would have to
Yeah.
get here. You would have to get there,
Yeah.
um, which is a whole nother situation. Like if you were going from
That's
Philly, it would be very easy to do. But getting to Jersey, because Jersey has trash public transportation.
oh yeah. I just took it. I just went to my for Christmas. I went to my cousin's house. She lived in Jersey. It wasn't
Pathway?
that bad. I took the
Is it
I took the
Pathway?
train by my house to the LI the PATH train, and then she picked me up from the train station. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
It's getting better.
Yeah.
They're starting to build more connections.
Mhm. Yeah.
Drink don't like to load that stuff. You should try to make one of the goals to come to Michigan and we can hang out in Detroit. I always wanted to go to Detroit. I'm traveling starting next year. We'll be traveling more, so
Mhm.
yeah, we can make that happen.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm just not. I just refuse to drive in New York.
I feel you on that.
Yeah.
It's not great. It's not great. Hey, Terrence Reaper Cinema. He just dropped his best movies of the year list. Go check that out.
Nice.
He makes really good content, and Fast makes too. I don't know how you talk so fast. I be trying to talk fast. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, check out his video. So how's it going today? Dynamic Duo is back. How are they? I love how we were just like we're back. They loved. We did one of these last month.
Yeah, I guess
You know
like
what it is? Because you've been gone.
I have been gone.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I haven't even been keeping people up to date. I didn't tell anybody I was leaving either. I was just like,
Yeah.
because the last review I put out was Heretic.
Woo.
And I
Feels ages ago.
actually made my my Gladiator review public during this live. So just because I was like, you know what, I might as well just get it out.
Might as well.
Yeah, it's the last day of the year.
Yep. So I just wanted to say, if you come to Michigan, I don't live exactly in Detroit. I live 30 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
But
Okay, so now at the point where these movies that we're going to talk about is we both seen them.
yeah,
So we'll have a flowing conversation. We'll both be talking about it. And the first film is The Piano Lesson. A brother and sister's battle over a prized heirloom piano unleashes haunting truths about how the past is perceived and who defines a family legacy. Since I've been talking for like 30 minutes by myself, you go first.
So I watched this last night, or yesterday with my wife, and we both really enjoyed it. We had a really good time with it. I thought that the cast was amazing. You had John David Washington, you had Samuel L. Jackson, you had some other actors who I know by face, but not necessarily by name.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now. She was also in The Carry On too.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is.
Daniel Deadweiler.
Yeah, Daniel. She's great in everything I see.
So good.
But yeah, so I thought it was really good. Essentially, the movie surrounds a family heirloom, which is a piano that means a lot to the family. The piano is a piece of history that the family was um, heavily involved in kind of crafting in a way. And the debate between the brother and the sister is over whether or not to sell that piano and flip it to get land for the family or keep it because it's a part of their history. And I thought that that was a really interesting back and forth. And you know, finding out that I believe it's an August Wilson play, based off of August Wilson play, and it plays out like an August Wilson play. The previous one I'm familiar with his Fences, and Denzel directed that one and also starred in it with Viola Davis, which is an amazing movie, by the way. This movie I thought was good, but not necessarily amazing. I did think that the third act of it was hit and miss in some senses. Like I understood what they were going for. There's some supernatural elements that kind of come into play that I understand why it was happening, but it didn't feel like that was the type of conclusion I wanted it to come to. I would have rather that conclusion have come between the characters that were present and having these conversations. It never felt like they finished the conversation over what to do with the piano. It felt like that got
Yeah.
interrupted by the supernatural aspects of it, and then the movie just ends. And it's like, okay. But at the same time, I had a great time with it. Samuel L. Jackson is incredible in this movie, by the way. Yeah, and I really did enjoy this film overall. My wife and I had this discussion, which I would like to have with you, which is
Yeah.
okay. So you know more about the history of the piano because you saw the movie. So, do you think the father who procured that piano would have rather they had flipped it into land or kept it for history's sake?
Flipped it for land.
I thought so too. And that's why I was kind of like, I'm kind of like, I'm with him in his sentiment. I'm not with him in his attitude. Because how are you going to come through and just make plans for the family piano? You ain't even, like,
Yeah.
you just came up to Pittsburgh and it was like, yeah, I'm selling this piano. Sir,
Sir,
you
it's
didn't
been
even
in
have
my
the
possession all
conversation.
these years.
Right. I've kept it in my possession. Like, what are we talking about? So, yeah, so I thought that was interesting. Like, so I agree with you. At the same time, my wife was like, but the family history, the grandmothers and the people who are carved in that mean a lot. At the same time, I feel like the father would have been like, hey, you know what's more valuable than anything? And what people have strove for in this country, especially black people, land. Land is power, and we've heard that
Ownership.
forever. Yeah. So yeah, what did you think about the movie?
I thought it was really good. Like you said, not great. I think that it was interesting that the Washington family was all over this. Denzel and his wife produced it. Malcolm Washington directed it, which
Yep.
I didn't know he was directing. I think this is his
I didn't
directorial
know he
debut.
existed before this movie.
I mean, until I saw the promo run for it, I didn't know he existed either.
Yeah.
He's directed shorts and I
Hmm.
think a documentary, but this is his first feature film, narrative film.
Yeah.
So that he's another one that I think I'm gonna nominate for best first feature.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
And I have been vocal in my reviews, in my live streams, in real life, that I think that what's his name again? John
John
David
David.
Washington
Yeah.
is not good, or
Uh,
that not that he's not good, that he's mediocre.
okay.
I've been
Service.
vocal about that. Yeah, he's serviceable. You know, whether it's what's that sci-fi movie he was in last year?
Tenant.
No, the other one,
So,
the one that came out last year.
the creator.
The Creator. I thought
Yeah.
that if better actor was in that, that would have been a bigger hit. Tenet, he was not good in that. He's in a Netflix movie that I like, and I think he did a decent job of that. But
Okay.
even then, I was like, if there was another actor that was a little bit more charismatic, this would be popping.
I liked him in
Uh,
Malcolm and
this
Marie.
I haven't seen Malcolm Marie. So the thing is, I haven't seen two of his major like Malcolm Marie, and I haven't seen Black Klansman, which I think I
I
really need to
love
see
the Black
because I
Klansman.
heard he was great in that.
Yeah.
But from the 4 or 5 films that I have seen him in, this is the best performance that I've seen from him. And this is the performance where I was like, he could be a star.
Yep.
He was very charismatic.
Yep.
He wasn't playing himself. I feel like he plays himself a lot in a lot of things.
Hmm.
He was playing a character. He lost himself so much in it. I forgot that my disdain for him.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I,
That's great. That's a
and
wild statement. I forgot how
just
much I
because
hated this man
is
because
Denzel's
of
in my
how
head,
good
like
he
it's
was in this movie.
Denzel's son. This is a legacy actor. This is a finally a black nepo baby. I want
Yeah.
him to be a big star like other nepo babies. He's our
Hmm.
Jack Quaid. Do better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think Malcolm did a good. I don't know if it was because they have shorthand with each other, brothers. Also, his father and mother's around. I think
Hmm.
maybe he's more comfortable in this setting versus the other films where he's like in a space that's not familiar. I also think Christopher Nolan did just a bad job directing him and setting him up in that film. I think that's
Yeah.
mainly it.
It's a bad movie in my opinion. So
And that's the thing that shines for me in this film, his performance. Then there's Daniel Deadweiler, who has taken me by storm. Every time I see her, she looks different and she's playing a different character. In The
mhm.
Harder They Fall, I thought she was a boy.
Oh
Until they
yeah.
made the joke.
Hmm.
And then obviously Till, she's amazing and should have been nominated for that role.
I did not see that.
Um, Carry On, she was great in that as
She
well.
was. Yeah.
Her particular action sequence is what made me go from, oh, this is a 3 out of 5 movie to this is a 4 out of 5 movie. And
Mm-hmm.
everything that happened from that car action sequence on made it a 4 out of 5 movie for me. And I liked all the supporting actors. I didn't like Samuel as much as you did, but he wasn't bad at all. I just thought that he
He was
was
Samuel.
lesser of all of them. Huh?
He was Samuel Jackson.
He's Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
I do think that the supernatural aspect held the movie back, like you said. I think that they should have just, I don't know if that's part of the play, if that plays out better in the play, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe just remove that aspect or have it more metaphorical
Yeah.
or something like that instead of being an actual supernatural event. Would have been better for the overall movie. I think Malcolm Washington has a future in horror because I think the supernatural aspects were creepy.
It was creepy.
Oh, our boy Cyborg was in the movie. He did a really good job with his accent and everything.
I saw his name in the credits. I couldn't tell who he was.
The guy that
He's the light
was
skinned
John David
dude, right?
Washington's best friend. Yeah,
He don't look nothing like that.
I know.
I know that's a weird thing to say because that's him as a human being. I'm like, when I look at Ray Fisher from Justice League and I look at him
DC,
in this, I'm like, those are not the same human.
which might be an acting thing. Like he
Yeah.
just did a really good job because even him in Rebel Moon feels different from those two.
I forgot he was in Rebel Moon.
He's
Rebel
one of the
Moon.
black guys that
The ones
leading
with
that resistance.
dreads?
The main one, yeah, the one with the
Okay.
dreads.
Yeah.
So he did a really good job. Also, he had great chemistry with John David Washington and Daniel
Yep.
Deadweiler.
Yep.
And another actor was in here that I like. That's in a lot of stuff. Corey Hawkins was also in here, and he was really good. Stephen James, who was the dad in the past, was really good. And also,
He's also
this has one of the
good.
best openings of all the movies I've seen this year. That opening,
Yo, I almost turned it off because of the opening.
really?
I was like, I actually almost messaged you. I was like, yo, is this about to be some like black trauma stuff in here? Because I
Okay.
don't need that today.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. And I was happy that it wasn't.
Yeah. I think it was a little bit of that, but it didn't. It wasn't.
I'm saying like
that
there
was
was
the main
no like
thing.
actual violence, like you never see anybody get.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, which is like, I
But
was like,
the lighting and them procuring that sequence when they took it was amazing. I was like,
that was
whoa.
great. It had me
I was
stressed.
like, Malcolm Washington, you're on my list of directors to watch out for now.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, the question is, where are we putting this though? Is this a theatrical film? Is it a streaming film? Where do you feel it lies?
I would say this feels like this feels like streaming, to be honest with you.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think it is a streaming film. It's nothing crazy enough in the film.
I'm sorry.
Yep. Go ahead.
Because it feels like a play.
Yeah.
For a lot of it. It's like it feels more playish than theatrical for a lot of the way that the dialogue plays out and a lot of the way the not the booking, but the scenes, the way people move and stuff like that. It does feel very much like a play. Part of that, it didn't
feel theatrical.
Yeah. Fences didn't feel as much like that. It felt like a feature film, but you could definitely see some like play-ish stuff with it. But Fences felt more like a motion picture than a play playing out on film. So
yeah. Yep. So I agree with that. And I can see a lot of people go in the theater and be like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like enjoying it, but like just I could have waited.
Yeah, the blocking is what I was saying. The blocking.
Yeah, the blocking. Yep, you're right. So this film is a film that you recently just rewatched. Read the description for me, my friend.
Monk is a frustrated novelist who's fed up with the establishment that profits from black entertainment that relies on tired and offensive tropes. To prove his point, he uses a pen name to write an outlandish black book of his own, a book that propels him to the heart of hypocrisy and the madness he claims to disdain.
Yeah.
I watched this, rewatched this maybe a week or so ago. Rewatched it myself. My wife watched it for the first time. We had a really good and interesting discussion. She loved the film. I love the film too. It's a really good movie with a troubling ending in a sense because
Yeah.
the multiple endings at first, the first time I saw it didn't necessarily bother me. It bothered me the second time. And it bothered
Mm,
me the second time because the entire movie is set up in such a way where it's a narrative playing out um,
mhm.
in a very linear fashion, and it just kind of goes and goes and goes. And it's not that I needed the ending to make a statement, but there's so many things that happened that didn't happen and then didn't happen in that like multiple ending setting that I was kind of like I want to know the conversations that he had with um, Maxine Shaw, attorney at law. I forget her actual name. I want to
She
know the
turned
conversation that he had, that Monk had with his girlfriend. I want to know what happened.
Coraline.
Yeah, with Coraline. I want to know what happened with his brother. I want to know what happened with all these other things and stuff like that. But it's not a terrible ending. It just wasn't the ending I was looking for. However, I had a great conversation with my wife about some of the conversations that that the movie has, which is, there are like stereotypical works of art that come out that we are like, man, I'm sick and tired of seeing this. But on the other side, and the thing that I love the most about the movie is that it takes you on a journey from where you are kind of on Monk's side for a lot of it, and then he has that conversation with Issa Rae at the lunch table when they're judging the book, and then I kind of realized I was like, oh shit, yeah, I am I'm railing against this one side of like what we've been presented, but it's not like that's not a reality for some people. I think the
Yeah.
issue is that it's the only part of the reality that we see, and I think that the movie does a great job of presenting the fact that there are, I guess you can say, stereotypes that live somewhere in real life experience
Yeah.
while also not being a stereotypical movie because we also talked about every black character in this movie has a profession, whether they're a professor, a doctor,
Mhm.
a surgeon, and so on and so forth, a writer, an author and stuff like that. They're not giving us the places that they live, the house that they live in.
They
They're,
own
they're
property. Yeah.
clear affluence. They own several properties, right? They're able to afford like putting their mom into care, like all these other things that
They can
aren't.
afford to have a brother who does drugs and wild stuff. Like we don't
Yeah,
usually
yeah,
see that.
Wild Out,
It's
right?
yeah, we usually have that in like no offense to anybody, the whiter movies. Like
Yeah,
usually it's like the sister that's holding it together, the brother who has the same, and the
right.
coke filled. We got that
Yeah,
in this
yeah.
because we
We don't
don't
have
usually
any
have
of
that.
those stereotypes in here, even though we're
Mhm.
addressing those stereotypes and saying, "Hey, those people are not less. Those stories are not less than." Right? And me
Yeah.
and my wife, we had this awesome conversation about, yeah, like even with our music, we don't need. There's a great analogy that they use where there's like three levels of Johnny Walker alcohol, where it's like Johnny Walker Red is really cheap, and for people who just don't have the kind of money to dig into all this expertise, they just want something cheap. They want something fun. It's not that they can't
Mhm.
enjoy the higher class things, but those things are really expensive. Then you have the expensive ones, and you can do both. You can be through both. So that's why we were having this conversation between I can enjoy Glorilla and I can enjoy Dochi. It doesn't have to be pitted against each
One or the
other.
other.
They're both on
Yeah.
my playlist. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
not one or the other. So like there's a lot of that where I think that it was a really good movie for that conversation. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, no, I thought it was almost perfect film. I think the ending, like you said, wasn't set up throughout the film. There's like a meta moment earlier in the film, but I don't think it happened enough for them to go that meta
Right,
with the ending
right,
because there was so many aspects that of so the brilliance of this film to me is his struggle of trying to get a non-stereotypical book out is like the main struggle he's having what I thought was brilliant is that his life is half of the movie, but the life he's living is the movie he wants to make. And I thought that was really brilliant, right?
Yeah.
Him being a successful writer, his sister, his brother, all successful, full family household, growing old,
Right.
living in an area that's not, but still keeping their blackness and African Americanness, because you don't have to be in the ghetto to be black.
Right.
All that is like, instead of seeing that and maybe writing about that,
Mm-hmm.
he's just so focused on what other people are doing. And I thought Issa Rae was brilliant in this movie as well.
She was great.
I thought that was a brilliant dichotomy that they have and duality in the movie. And I think that's what bothered me with the ending, is because I wanted those conversations, like you said, those final conversations with his girlfriend, who the actress Coraline, who the actress name was Erica Alexander. She was in what was she in? What TV show she in?
Living Single.
Living Single, yeah, so she's iconic for the black community.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see that conversation, how deep that was going to go. All these conversations that he should have had with people should have been done, and then we cut down the whole metaphysical part that happened, because it left me wanting more, but not in a good way.
Right. Yeah.
But overall, it's not like you said, it's not terrible in a way where like it ruins the movie. It's just like it makes the movie just drop a bit short in terms of like how good I wanted it.
Right.
Where would you put American Fiction? Well, it's full price, right? Like
Full price for sure.
I don't. I'm gonna put it above Nickel. Would you put it above Die Hard too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's like, if I had seen that movie in 2023, because I didn't see it till 2024, I don't believe, it would have been it is currently ranked number 2 behind Across the Spider-Verse in my 2023 list.
Nice.
Yeah.
Just for some updates, because you were gone a little bit. I ranked The Woman of the Hour as a matinee. I ranked The Promised Land as a full price. Robot Dreams is a full price. I think that might be it. Oh, and Evil Does Not Exist as a skip. I think this is the most skips we've ever had.
Yeah.
All
we've seen a lot more movies than usual.
Yeah, that's true. This next one is also an old school film, but even older, and one of my favorite horror films, and a film that he just recently saw, You're Next. The Davidsons, an upper-class family, are extremely wealthy, but also estranged. In an attempt to mend their broken family ties, Aubrey and Paul Davidson decide to celebrate their wedding anniversary by inviting their 4 children and their children's significant others to their weekend estate. The celebration gets off to a rocky start, but when crossbows wielding assailants in animal masks suddenly attack, the Davidsons must pull together or die. Just letting you know, guys, this movie's very old, so spoiler warning if you have not seen it yet. We're going to be talking spoilers because it's old as shit. It's not like it came out last year.
It was like 2011, I believe.
Yeah, it's way more than 10 years older. So, yeah, talk about Your Next.
It's fun. It's a very fun movie. It gives me Jesus. I just saw this movie earlier this year before seeing Abigail's by the same director. I forget what the name of the movie is, but it's very similar to a movie I saw from 2019, I think it was. Another horror movie where the girl's trapped.
Ready or Not?
Ready or Not. Yeah, it's very similar to Ready or Not, but not like the same. There's very different like outcome and like motivations, but it's a fun movie. I had a great time with it. I didn't watch any trailers for it. I just went right into it. It's another thing that came from Real Roulette from, I believe, our guy Blue Jay. He recommended it, so I watched that. And the crossbow thing was crazy because I was not expecting that. I did not know that crossbows were a part of the proceedings, and it just got crazier and crazier from there. I did feel like the movie did a really good job of keeping the suspense, but at some point I was like, okay, so why are these things happening? And they take a long time to get to that, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And once they do, I'm like, okay, I get it. But then again, once they do, I'm like, really? But at the same time, I was just having a good time. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of like Home Alone style traps going on. Yeah, and the bad guys were pretty cool too. Some of them were like obvious from the get go. I was like, that girl in the black hair, yeah, she's part of the issue, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, fun movie.
Yeah, I have a blast every time I watch this film. The I went in knowing that like it's a horror movie, but I didn't know what really was happening. A lot of people compared it to The Purge a lot of times, and it came out around that same time.
Mhm.
And also around that time, it was a lot of women in peril and figuring it out kind of movies. This was like
Yeah,
the start of that genre, and now we have tons of them. Obviously, Ready or Not is one of the more popular versions right now. And I never seen these actors before. I never seen any of these actors before. So the actress was really great. And that first scene where the guy runs out and get clipped by the
oh yeah,
cord,
that was crazy.
that was crazy. And then just
Yeah.
as people started getting killed, and you find out, oh, some of them are in the house, and I just
Mhm.
kept developing and developing. And then the ending when you find out it's her boyfriend and her and some of the family members
Yep.
planning all this shit. I felt for her. Or
Yeah.
even like the way she climbed in the window and didn't let the person know that the nails are there. He stepped into it.
Whew,
Woo!
that was painful. That looked
That
painful.
was painful.
Yeah.
And then the funniest part was the blender to the head. That shit.
Oh, yo, that was gruesome. That was really gruesome.
But well deserved.
Yeah. Oh, yo. So the ending, right? The very very ending. That was like they just threw some shit in there. Because like at the very end, the cop comes in, shoots her, shoots our main
Yeah.
character. And then he walks in and then gets his head taken off. I was like, he ain't had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, well, he
I
died.
was like, I felt bad for him. I'm like, damn, you ain't had nothing to do with
Damn.
it. But
He had
yeah,
nothing to
I
do with
also
this.
don't know why they killed the neighbors either. Like, I'm like, like now that like the movie's over, I'm like, the fuck did they do to you? Like,
I guess they want no witnesses. I don't know.
yeah. But yeah, either way, it's a fun movie.
Fun movie. Okay. Where are we ranking it?
I put it streaming.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, fun movie.
Yeah, right there. You're next. He said, I see you have the Wasp in matinee. The movie was pretty good. Yeah, I had a good time with the Wasp, man. It was a pretty good film.
I gotta check that out.
Another pretty good film, and similar to your next in terms of like concept, read this for you, is Don't Move.
A grieving woman in a secluded forest encounters a killer who injects her with a paralytic drug. As her body shuts down, her fight for survival begins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
this is
pretty
one of
accurate.
the more fun movies I've seen this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What did you think about it?
Yeah, I was when I saw the trailer, I was like, "Ooh, I like the actress."
Mhm.
I think I've seen her before in other stuff. I think she's a solid actress. She did a really good job in here playing this person that didn't want to live anymore.
Mhm.
And the funny thing is like she didn't want to live anymore, and now she's in this peril position where this person that she thought she could trust is trying to kill her, and now she wants to live.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And I thought that was really interesting and how they tied all together. And she was pretty smart throughout the movie. I
Sure.
think that they did a good job of not making her stupid because a lot of times they make the characters make stupid decisions
Mhm.
and it would just ruin the movie. I think that the section with the older gentleman was really interesting.
Yeah.
Because he also wasn't dumb. Like it was just a smartly written movie.
Yeah. He was really smart.
He was really smart. And just the fire part was crazy just because it's like, damn, she almost got away, but
Yeah.
now she has to get back into it. It was just they found a way to make a situation that could have been just drawn out and boring
Right.
really interesting.
I was going to say that they didn't. The movie never. It didn't overstay its welcome at all. Right. It got
Mm-mm.
everything it needed to get out of it because there is a version of this movie that gets ridiculous, and it never got
Yep.
to that point. It
Yep.
stayed well within the realm of its like realism, in a sense, and I was like, I really appreciated that about it.
Yeah, and it's one of those movies I think you could just you have friends over, or you at a party where you want to throw a movie on, and it's a
Yep.
good time. People get locked in, and you having conversations about it. Go, ooh ah, like one of those ooh ah movies. And
Yep.
I think Dark Movies is right. Don't Move was pretty good. I think I give it a 7 out of 10. I think a
Yeah.
7 out of 10 is strong for this. 7.5.
It's a good movie.
It's a good movie. And that's really all it's just a really good movie. Like I had a good time.
Yeah.
It looks good, it's well made. It's paced well. It has a solid story.
Mm-hmm.
Can't complain. Where will you put it?
Um, a stream.
Stream. Okay.
Probably like I wonder if like I give a lot of movies stream because I've seen it on streaming.
On streaming.
Um, but at the same time, this movie isn't necessarily like I don't know if I necessarily need to get out of the house to see it.
Go see it. Yeah, I can see that.
But I'm glad I did see it because it's good. You know,
Gotcha.
I'll yeah. I might even move piano lesson up, but
To
um,
Manet.
yeah.
Okay.
But
We're gonna go back in and
mm,
reorder. Make
okay.
sure things are copacetic.
Mhm.
A film that I'm so glad that you got to see so we can talk about it is Ghostlight. When a construction worker
Woo!
joins the local theater production of Romeo and Juliet, the drama on stage starts to mirror his own life.
Hey man, let me tell you something. This is the one.
This is the one.
What I like about this movie is its ability to tell you that things are wrong and even tell you what's wrong without saying what's wrong, right?
Mm,
Through actions, through conversations, through looks and non-looks and all this other stuff, you can see the dad is struggling to accept the something that happens to one of his children. He doesn't even want to talk about it. He can't talk about it. It's too painful for him, right? But they never really say that, right? Or not
yeah,
at least not until the end. Um, and the daughter who was she was great in this movie. The daughter
the whole
like
family.
yeah, the whole family was good. Oh, the wife was amazing too. Yeah, the whole family was great. The daughter and her outbursts and her rage were like coupled with her moments of vulnerability. Like that scene where she's going into therapy for the first time and she's like looking like the therapist asked, "Hey, are you?" Asked the dad, "Hey, are you coming in?" And she's like looking at him. She's like, "Are you coming in?" And he's like, he leaves, right? And you can see the disappointment on her face. And then I think like it's the next time, like she's sitting in the car with him, and she's saying, "Hey," and she's like kind of like snidely saying, not even snidely, like she's just saying like, "Yeah," like one of the things that they said was like when parents and uh, children go into therapy together, they're able to like talk and like she's trying to say without saying, and the movie does
Yeah,
a lot of good work with saying without saying, and I
yeah,
love that about this movie because it makes it a lot more realistic. It's a lot less melodramatic because it's allowing you to feel what's going on because for a
yeah,
large portion of it is like something happened to somebody.
yeah.
You don't know
Amongst the
what
family.
happened, right?
Yeah,
And then you don't even really find out what happened until the very end. And
yeah.
because
You
it's
can't
not,
even guess. They don't
yeah,
give you too much hints.
right. So yeah, man. And once he gets into the arts and gets into the play and stuff like that, they don't even do that. They do a good job of not doing that in a cheesy way because there's
Hmm.
a very cheesy version of this where he goes from rigid construction guy to actor, like in a heartbeat. It was like, oh, I just picked it up. Like he struggled with it the entire time. He's not this
Hmm.
thespian now. He's actually like he's still an amateur at this, but he's allowing him to express himself and explore
Hmm.
these different things. And yo, I almost banged my table. Like the scene that was so real for me was when they were discussing the death of Romeo and Juliet, and he could not handle it because he could not separate
Woo!
that death from what happened to his child. It's
Yeah,
like, why would they do that? I don't understand why they would do that. But because it was so simple. Yo,
yeah.
this movie is amazing. This movie is great, and his performance, my lord. So yeah, it's great. And oh,
This is
last thing
one
I'll
of the
say, I have
most.
not
Oh, yeah.
seen a lot of performances from men this year in the way I've seen a lot of performances from women this year that have made me say,
Great.
"Hey, best actor." This one was one of them.
I
Where I was like, "Yo, come
I
on,
agree.
y'all." Yeah. So yeah,
Men have been weak this year
very much so. Very much
in
so.
movies and music. It's
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And wrestling.
Yeah. Yeah.
um Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I think that this is another film, another theme of 2024 is art helping
Hmm.
express what's going on inside. This joins exhibiting forgiveness, Sing Sing, this,
Yep.
and there's another film that I can't think of right now that talks about these things and does it really really well. This is
Yeah.
very similar to Sing Sing, but just different situations.
Yep.
And I think because Sing Sing has a strong awards campaign and it has a more notable actor, that I think that this movie doesn't have space to be in that. Because honestly, this should be an award film,
Yeah.
right? Like I
Very
think
much
you
so.
should be up for best actor. There should be a best supporting actress for the daughter, or even
Yep.
the teacher. At the thing, was great too. The person that was teaching the play stuff that brought him in,
Oh yeah, she was great.
great.
Wait, you talking
There's
about the teacher
levity.
or the Asian lady who played Juliet?
The Asian lady. Oh no,
Okay.
yeah, she wasn't a teacher. She was the Asian lady that played Juliet.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with her because I think during Asian Pacific Island month, I was reviewing Asian movies, and she
Hmm.
played this grandma in this movie that I reviewed. It was a really good film.
Hmm.
So when I saw her in this, I was like, oh wait, you weren't a grandma. You look younger in this. um, yeah, I just really love the way it held out on letting us know what the problem was. It just made us live with the pain.
Yeah.
And I love that they didn't make him not be able to talk about it like a toxic masculinity thing.
Yeah.
It was hard. He just didn't know how to express it.
Right.
It wasn't that he didn't want to, he doesn't know how to without
Right.
completely crumbling.
Yeah.
And how
Or
that affects
exploding.
the mom, huh?
Or exploding.
Or exploding, which he had
Yeah.
moments of
Yep.
that led him to this troop of people doing
Hmm.
this play. So I thought this movie was fantastic. One of the most underrated movies of the year. This is one of those movies where I'm like, how is this not getting award consideration? It
Yeah.
confuses shit out of me because I get like Smile 2 not getting award consideration. It's a horror movie. I get it.
Hmm.
Or even like other horror films. I get they don't like horror, but this is like in the award bag. So I don't know if it's
Right.
because of the studio that made it, don't have no money. Who did this? IFC, you need to get your shit together. It also even did pretty good at the box office for the budget. It made $1 million. It only cost 400,000 to make. So like,
That's
you know,
pretty
that's
good.
pretty good for an indie film. Yeah. And I'm seeing a lot of people do their top 10 list is in their top 10 list. And I'm so happy to see that.
Hmm.
I just wish more people saw it and love it like we do.
Yeah.
Because it's a phenomenal film.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, this is definitely a full price for me.
Hmm. Yeah. Full price for me too.
It's definitely better than Baby Girl. I don't know where to put it past that though. Um,
It's better than Die Hard. I'll tell you that much.
it's
I
better than
think
Die Hard.
Die Hard. First of all, I think Die Hard 2 is good. I don't think it's nearly as good as many of these other movies.
Okay,
So
so
we can
let's put Die
actually,
Hard 2 right here.
yeah.
And Ghost, I'll probably put it over. Yeah, okay, we'll figure that out later
Mhm.
on, like at the end. But yeah, phenomenal film. Another underrated film that should be talked about and you recently just watched.
Mhm.
Read it off, man.
Juror number 2. Oh, while serving as a juror in a high-profile murder trial, family man Justin Kemp finds himself struggling with a serious moral dilemma, one he could use to sway the jury verdict and potentially convict or free the accused killer.
All right, talk about Juror number 2, man.
This movie is everything I like in storytelling. Maybe not everything, because I like a lot of different things. But what it does is it presents like an issue that is like difficult for even the audience to come to a grand conclusion with of what would you do,
Mhm,
because in a very real sense he's by speaking up he's putting himself in danger, and
okay,
by not speaking up he's like putting someone else's life in danger. But the
mhm,
danger that he would be putting his life into, coupled with the circumstances of his pregnant wife and everything else, is kind of like,
mhm.
man, I don't know what I would do either. Like for me, I'm just kind of like, I ain't going to jail. I'll tell you that right now. Like, there's nothing you can do to make me want to go to jail, to be okay with going to jail. Especially when they were talking to him about a 30-year bid. I'm like, I'm not going to jail. I'm not going to jail.
Yeah.
I think for him, the smartest thing to do would have been to get himself off that jury.
Yeah.
I don't like once you
But how
are
do you do that without getting a finger pointed at you? What do you say? Like, oh, I can't be in this because I'm too close to it.
you curse out loud and act belligerent. Like,
Mm.
man, I think he effing did it. Like one of those, you out.
Oh, that's true.
One of those, you out of there, right? I think the movie does do a good job of saying though that no matter what happens, such and such and such would have happened eventually, and I thought
Yeah.
that was also interesting too. So, yeah, like I really enjoyed this movie because of the complexity of it. What did you think?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said here. I think the moral area that we're in is it's not black and white. It's kind of a gray situation.
Very great. Yeah.
That it puts us in is we don't get a lot of movies like that anymore.
Mhm.
This reminded me of was it 12 Angry Men?
I have not
The
seen Tom.
cor- yeah, they showed that to me in school. And it reminds me of that in a way, like a new version of that where what do you do? Like I know what I'm gonna do. Like I'm shutting the hell up. He going to jail. Because I ain't going to jail. I told friends like my greatest fear is going to jail. You'll never see me. You can frame
Same.
me.
Same.
I'm not going.
My life's goal is to do everything I can to not go to jail. I don't care what it's for, whether it's taxes or something else. Like, I'm not going to jail, and I'm not going to put myself in position to go to jail.
Exactly. So that's why I was like, "Oh, you want to do this?" I was like, "There's a potential for me to commit a crime doing that." So no.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's a crime-ridden area. No,
Yo, when I was
I'm
in
good.
college, I was
Mhm.
so scared of FrostWire and LimeWire. I knew SWAT was kicking down my dorm room, like door for Frost. I just knew that they were going to do it at some point, and they never did.
Yeah,
Thank God. But
yeah.
yeah,
I remember. Speaking of that, one time I got a mail from the internet company telling me like, "We know you keep downloading things illegally. We're going to show off your internet. If you keep." I deleted LimeWire so fucking fast. I was like, "Oh no, they're gonna report. I'm going to jail. I'm too young for this shit.
right.
I'm too young and cute and light skinned for this. They're gonna take my booty."
I'm not going to
Yeah,
jail.
I'm not going to jail. Uh, that's the theme of this movie. It's like, but um,
Mhm.
another 2024 MVP candidate nominee on this list is Nicholas Hoult.
Yeah.
Um, between
Yes.
this, Nosferatu, and The Order, which we'll also be talking about soon,
As good as
he
he
had
is
a
in
great year.
this, he's great in the order.
He's great. To me, he's great in all three films.
Yeah.
He's just a steady force. He doesn't go too crazy with the theatricalness. He's never
Never.
dry to watch.
Right.
He's just steady, and he has subtle things he does with his face that
It's all
lets
in
you
the
know what he's
eyes.
going through. It's all in the eyes. His view is very blue eyes
Piercing.
and
Piercing blue eyes.
piercing. And
Yeah.
it doesn't help. It doesn't hurt that he's handsome, so it helps you go like believe
Nice
in
looking
everything he
cat.
does.
Yeah.
And now he's Lex Luthor. So
Right.
this is legit. Like just she said, Jordan Number 2 is a legit film. I agree that it was probably a matinee because it's nothing too Oh, Tony Collette is great. J.K. Simmons is great.
He is.
Um,
For a little
the
bit
black
he's
guy
there.
in this movie is great.
Oh
That
yeah.
was just gun ho on this guy getting.
And they gave him
The
a
Asian
legitimate
girl
reason.
was great.
Yeah. The whole jury was awesome.
The whole cast was just top to bottom. I forget what his wife was. His pregnant wife. I've seen her in tons of stuff. She was great. Just the whole cast is great. The writing is strong. It looks good. You you know how what I want to compliment the night scenes when they're showing like what actually happened.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
pitch black, perfect. It explains to you like, oh, I can understand why this happened.
Right.
You know, and it's
Yeah.
always kind of ambiguous because it's like, did he do the thing? Because he could have hit a deer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great film.
And that was the great part of it too. It's not like he did that. It's not like he did what he did, thinking that he had hit a human being.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, you know.
Yeah,
So
it
I think
wasn't on purpose.
right. Which also brings up a very like real question about the laws that we have
Yeah.
about yo, if I had no idea that I hit a human being and it was
Yeah.
raining and it was dark and I could not see, like, you know what I
The
mean?
lighting, they talked about how the lighting there was not fixed.
Right.
It was so pitch black that his high beams didn't even light it up enough for him to see her.
Yeah.
So
Like,
like
I did not know that I killed somebody.
he got out of the car to check and
Yeah.
didn't see anything.
No.
Like,
Yo, that was the best part. Like, you ever have like a oh shit moment? Like,
yeah.
that was when he was sitting in the jury and he was like, wait a minute. Wait. Oh shit. Somebody killed somebody.
Yeah.
That was great.
I did. Yeah, that was really, really great. Yeah, overall, this is a great film, a very
Mhm.
strong one. I'm not a big fan of Clint Eastwood, but he deserved a theatrical release, a
Yeah,
full theatrical release for this film, because it was worthy to get a
I agree.
theatrical release.
I agree. Because
Um,
a lot of times what I'm noticing is just like the order, I I didn't hear about juror number two until a couple weeks ago. Right.
okay,
So, but typically everything that comes out in the theater, I'm typically very much aware of. But
yeah,
streaming, like you can throw anything on streaming. I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
It had like a very, like worse than A24 limited release. It
Mhm.
was like one showing every day for like 2 weeks.
That's crazy.
And then they like just dumped it on Max. I don't know what happened. I know the relationship between Warner Brothers and Clint Eastwood soured because he had like a big backing in Warner Brothers the last couple of years, and they've been releasing his movies theatrically, and they've just been bombing.
Mhm.
And then Zaslav came in and was just like, "Why do we keep giving this man money to make movies if they're not making money?" He's like, "Well, he's been a part of the brand for so long. We want to make sure we treat him
Take
right."
care of more people.
And
Yeah.
Zaslav's like, he's not making us money. And that's kind of, I think, why this has
Yeah.
got this kind of release. Because like we're gonna put you in theaters, but no one's gonna really have a chance to see it because it's gonna be in the middle of the day and only one time a day.
Mhm.
And it's his last movie too, which is messed up.
Yeah.
Pert Minded. What's up?
So I've heard.
This is Clint Eastwood's last movie by Jury number 2. He's 94 years old. He just had his birthday a few weeks ago. Yeah, he's not making no more movies.
Yeah. Doing this at 90, whatever 90 he did it at, it's very impressive.
Yeah, that's another thing. George Miller doing Furiosa at the age he's at, even though Megalopolis is a mess, Francis Ford Coppola even trying to pull off a film like that at his age, and
Yeah.
Martin Scorsese doing Kills the Flower Moon at his age is very, very impressive.
Very impressive. Yep.
I'm 30 something years old, and I can't even go out a couple nights straight without feeling tired as shit. These guys
Yeah.
are doing these grand epics at 80. It's insane.
Very impressive.
Hold on. How do I remove this? So, where you feel like how CC said, a solid matinee, or do you think it's full price?
Yeah, we could give it a matinee.
Okay.
It's probably better
Um.
than everything I've seen in matinee.
Okay. So we'll put it up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Also, I I would move Spirited down just based
Okay.
off. It's a good movie. It ain't nearly as good as you know what I mean.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Back like Cook Crow Crack.
Mm-hmm.
Up next is a movie that devastated both of us, and that is Memoirs of a Snail. With wait. Oh, I put the wrong description on here.
Well, I say with his wife out sick.
Yeah, I was like, what? There was a wife in this. After a series of misfortunes, a snail collecting melancholic misfit learns how to find confidence within herself and the clutter of everyday life.
That
Yeah.
is what this is.
Talk that is a kind of a good description of it, but it's like more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about Memoir of the Snail.
This movie is beautifully devastating. I in the first 5 minutes, you were just hit with back to back. God damn. What can you just oh my god. Are you okay? No. Ooh.
No,
Somebody
no,
get her some help, please. In the first 5 minutes, it's like it just tears you down. Not tears you down, but it's like it's a mood killer in a sense. Um,
yeah,
that being said, something that you pointed out, the movie's very funny
yeah,
in a lot of different ways, and I think that this movie is um, beautiful in the sense that throughout the myriad of different types of struggles that our main character had, um, there is still some modicum of hope in there, and
yeah.
there's still like a. It doesn't feel mean spirited, right?
No,
It's just like life has happened to this family, to this woman, and it's unfortunate. But I also know families that have gone through many like not great things, but still
misfortunes.
have
Right.
a lot of like they still have a I don't want to say like super positive, but like they have a
Hope.
sober minded outlook on life, right? It's
Yeah,
not too high, not too low. They don't let it drag them down completely. It is a bummer sometimes, but it doesn't completely destroy them. And that's something that I really enjoyed about this movie, even though there's a lot of stuff in this film that is very, very sad.
yeah,
Um, but overall, though, I'm glad I went through the journey of this movie
yeah.
because even through some of the rough things that happened, there's a lot of like human, just a lot of human stuff that goes on in this film,
Yeah.
and it's not for children.
No,
Don't get it twisted.
it's not a
It is
child. This is an
not
adult film.
for children at all. There is a sensual seduction.
Mm-hmm.
There's the cursings. Is it the
Mm-hmm.
cursings? Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
persons.
there's some things in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but overall, though,
Innuendos, nudity. Yeah, yeah. A lot of it.
Mhm. Yeah, but overall, man, I think that this movie is worth watching. If you're the, I'm gonna say one of the weirdest things ever about this movie. This movie is a good movie to watch if you're in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood, maybe don't watch it. But if you're in a good mood,
Mm,
if you're in an empathetic, like I'm in a good spot, I'm in a good space, I can watch this. Oh man, I feel really sad for this person. If you are also sad, you probably should like not watch this movie because it's just going to make the situation worse. What do you think about it?
yeah. I thought it was phenomenal. From the animation, the claymation animation, talking about art helping through therapy. She wanted to be a stop motion artist.
Sure. Yeah.
Seeing the stop motion in the claymation was pretty cool. Thought that was really
Mhm.
dope. Like you said, it's just a gut punch after gut punch after gut punch after gut punch after gut punch, and we want to advertise it like it's this devastatingly sad movie that's not. You don't want to. It's intimidating because it's not. Because within those gut punches, there's pockets of hope, happiness. Like, okay, this is the situation we're dealt with. We have to deal with it. Let's deal with it and find happiness in it,
Yeah.
and that's life, right? Like
Yeah.
I can reflect on that. Like there's to a point in my family where we think we're cursed. You know, things happen a lot back to back to back to back,
Hmm.
and but we find pockets of happiness. We find ways to get through it and make sure, like, yeah, we're struggling with this thing. We have to deal with it. We're sad about it, but we're also sadness is not my whole being. It's only
Yeah.
something that happens sometimes. And this
Hmm.
movie reflects that a lot. And they make you really care about the snail, the girl. I forgot what her name is.
I don't think I ever knew
Uh,
what her name was.
Grace.
Grace.
Um, and voiced by Sarah Snook,
Mhm.
from Succession. She was great as a voice actor. The twin brother was really great too, and I
Yep.
felt for him too, especially the situation he ended up in.
Mhm.
The dad in that situation was scary. The whole breathing thing.
Yeah.
Um, it was
Oh,
just
oh god,
so,
breathing.
yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah. That was like in the beginning of the film. It's just like they just made do with what they were given and just live life to the fullest that they could. When she finally met the older lady who was just full of life, I love that connection that they had and became best
Mhm.
friends. That was really sweet. There's so much sweet moments, but there's also so many funny moments. Like she gets adopted by this nudist family, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
way they were trying to bring her out her shell, snail, but couldn't do it, and then just like left her and went to a nudist colony.
That was
What
crazy.
is going on? You adopted this child and just
What?
left her to live on her own. At least the bills were paid and she had a place to stay.
Yeah.
But still, like that's crazy.
Yeah, even the husband character.
Oh my god. You talking about her husband?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh god. I was so happy for her, and then
Same. Yep, gut punch.
gut punch. I was like, you motherfuckers, why would you do this to me? And then like there was a gut punch before his gut punch. And I was like, oh, well, at least she has him. And then yeah,
Right.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, this is the bill invoice that Kenny sent me after he saw the film because how emotionally devastated he was. He said, "Yeah, you got to pay up, bro, because this is what you did to me." As you can see, it's the amount of money that I do not have in my bank account, so he's never getting this money. But
Right.
it was the highlight of my day. That shit was so funny.
I thought they were shooting
Yeah.
fireworks outside.
What happened?
I said I thought they were shooting. It's fireworks outside.
Oh, is that what I'm hearing? I think I'm hearing lightning outside of mine's.
It was raining
Guess
earlier.
I'm not
I
going.
did. We
Yeah.
did have a thunderstorm.
Okay, so it's come to New York.
Mm.
Where are we putting Memoir?
Full price.
Definitely a full price.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm gonna put it right here.
Okay.
Robot Dreams. I highly recommend before you make your list to watch this movie.
Okay.
I
Robot
know you
Dreams
didn't
is
get to hear me
weird
talk about it.
because it got nominated for an Oscar for last year's Oscars, even
Yes.
though it didn't come out until this year. So I don't even know what to do with that.
Yeah. It came out festivals, but it's like we didn't get to watch that shit.
Right.
Like, so I'm counting it as a 2024 movie because it came out
Fair
in
enough.
theaters officially here and then Hulu shortly after. So
Fair enough.
yeah. Next up is another animated film, and we actually watched this together. Flo, read the description for me.
Oh, a solitary cat displaced by a great flood finds refuge on a boat with various species and must navigate the challenges of adapting to a transformed world together.
Good description. Good
Yeah,
description of what actually
perfect
happened.
description. Yeah,
Yeah, talk about Flo, man. What surprises?
absolutely love this movie.
Yeah.
I was very pun very much intended. I was flowing with it the entire time. Um, the cat man, she just wouldn't stop trying to get herself killed. Like,
Yeah.
she just kept doing stuff. I'm like, girl, get on the boat. Like, stop getting off the boat and jumping into the ocean. You almost got eaten by a whale last time. Can you stop?
Yeah.
But yeah, I love this movie. I love all the animals in the film. There's not a piece of dialogue in this movie whatsoever.
Silent
Everything that
film.
you see with the story is told through looks, actions, and sound, and it's just great. Like I don't even know how much I can describe the film. Oh, the animation's great. Um,
Mhm.
the story is great. There's some moments where you really feel for all the creatures that are going through this flood together.
Yeah.
And I think the best thing that the movie does is that all of the animals stay true to how you imagine the animals to be. Like they
Yeah.
use all their personalities together in conjunction and never Like I never felt like a dog wouldn't do this. There's literally only one thing I was like, would that bird steer that boat? Like how does that work? But other than that, like it was just
Yeah.
like that's it.
Yeah, I agree with everything. I learned about a new animal that I never knew about because of this movie.
Capybara.
And he was one of the best characters ever. One of my favorite characters of
Yeah,
2024. He was so chill. You know that chill guy meme? That was him.
yeah. Oh,
Wait,
100%.
I think the chill guy meme is a Papa Barra.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So that works out. But yeah, the animation is beautiful. This is a biblical epic, which I didn't know until we got like into the third act. And
Oh yeah.
animals. Other. Oh, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. All the animals being like at conflict with each other, but slowly realizing like there's no humans. It's like we're all we have left,
Right.
and like the water slowly rising. That was crazy.
Yeah, because it
Also,
wouldn't stop.
it
It felt like it just
wouldn't
wouldn't
stop.
stop. Yeah.
I was at a point. I was like, "Is this gonna push them off the earth? Like what? What's happening?"
Right. Because it got
Like,
really high, and I was like, "There's not anywhere else to go."
yeah, the fish are good, but what
Right.
about the non-swimming animals? So yeah, it was sweeping emotionally, and I think this another year where like silent film is making a small comeback between
Mhm.
Hundreds of Beavers, Flow,
Mm.
Sasquatch Sunset, and there's probably another film that I'm not thinking about right now that where there's not a lot of dialogue. Even something like Furiosa, which was a
Mhm.
lot of silent scenes because Furiosa didn't talk for a lot of them. And you know, Denis Villeneuve talked about how like he hates dialogue in film because it feels like it takes up too much space, and I'm starting to agree with him. I think if you can do a little not every movie needs to be non-dialogue. Like if you're a comedy, talk, obviously. But like
Yeah.
certain movies just have less dialogue and let the actors just act through the emotions,
Mhm.
I think would help because these three movies have been really special to me in terms of how I feel about things. And just three very different movies,
Very
right?
different.
Sasquatch Sunset is a movie that I can just like. It's all like a relaxing movie. It's like watching a nature documentary, kind of, but it's Sasquatches, and like it's one of those things you turn on. You're just like, you know, I'm just laying down.
Yeah. I
Flow
got
is a movie that's very engaging.
that movie.
Yeah, and Hundreds of Beavers is completely hilarious. You know,
100%.
so
Yeah.
it's Flow on any streaming service. It's not
I'm
streaming. It's still in theaters. I just Googled it. Still in theaters, so you can watch it in theaters. I don't know if it's going to be in theaters in Michigan. That's the only issue. Because even here, it's only at our like art boutique ones, like the Angelica and the Alamo Draft House. So you have to wait a little bit. It's probably going to hit streaming closer to the Oscars because it's probably going to get nominated for Best Animated Picture.
Oh, for sure.
I can't really see it. If it loses out to like Despicable Me 4 or Kung Fu Panda 4, I'm going to be freaking.
I think it's going to lose out to Inside Out too. Come here.
Well, no. I mean a spot. It's not winning,
Oh,
but I
spot.
mean like if it loses a spot out to one of those movies, I'm gonna be mad. Or
Mhm.
like Garfield, I'll be so freaking pissed.
Garfield was this year.
Yeah, Garfield was this.
Oh,
Where we putting Flow?
full price for me.
Full price, yes. I'm just gonna drop it in here. I'm not
Mhm.
sure where I would fully rank it, but I think that's a good spot. I love that your animal came as we were talking about the animal movie.
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
This is a movie that I don't think we have too much to say on. Y2K. Two high school nobodies make the decision to crash last major celebration before the new millennium on New Year's Eve, 1999. The night becomes even crazier than they could have ever dreamed when the clock strikes midnight.
Uh, fun movie, fun time, missed opportunity for the most part.
Yeah,
It felt like it was mostly the first draft that they wrote and they just went with it, or that they wrote it as they were filming. Because a lot
yeah,
of stuff that happened in the movie was like, I don't know about that, or like underbaked. I will say this: the last thing I'll say about it, practical effects were amazing,
yes. That's the one high positive.
phenomenal. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got for it.
Yeah, practical effects are great. Rachel Zegler was great as regular. Two of the actors in there were really, really good.
Mhm.
That I've seen in other stuff. The guy from Deadpool 2, the kid, Julian Dennison was really good. And who was the other kid? And Eduardo Franco from Stranger Things were really, really good.
Mhm.
There's cameos from a musician, Fred Durst. That was fine.
Yep.
But yeah, there's not much. There's not much to it. It's not consistently funny enough for me to like really recommend it.
Yeah.
And I think that they tried to do like this identity thing where they're trying to like, yeah, I'm not who you think I am, yada yada. That it just was interfering with the comedy. This should have been just straight stupid fun movie, and I think
Right.
it tried to be deeper than it needed to be.
Absolutely.
So Y2K is, I think, is a stream.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'll put it right here. And then next on is a streaming movie that was way better than I expected.
Yeah.
That's Carry On.
An airport security officer races to outsmart a mysterious traveler, forcing him to let a dangerous item slip onto a Christmas Eve flight. This movie is a lot of fun. I've said that a few times, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's very much like Die Hard 2. Um,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, I called Die Hard 2 like the prequel to this. It's not at all, but it is like a spiritual predecessor rather, to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, like a lot of good performances. Taron Egerton is very good in this,
Yeah.
as well as Jason Bateman, who's a really good villain in this movie.
I agree.
And they gave the villain enough unique quirks about him for me to actually care about him and follow him. The thing with the disease touch kind of thing, as well as like him being
Mhm.
in the person's ear, how smart they were. Theo Rossi was good in this, really good in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a really fun time, and it never felt. I didn't feel like it was too long at all. I felt like it
No.
was a perfect amount of time, and once it got to its conclusion, it felt right. So I had a really good
Yeah.
fun. I had a really good time with this movie.
Yeah, I had a really, really good time. It stays fun, it stays light.
The action isn't over
And
the top either.
yeah, actually not over the top. It's good, but it's not over the top.
Right.
And I miss when high caliber actors like a Taron Egerton, right? Like he's kind of a high caliber actor. And what's his name?
Jason Bateman.
Bad guy. Jason Bateman do movies like this. Like we
Mhm,
used to have it where they would do the Oscar play, but then you'll go back and do an action film. That's
mhm,
silly. Daniel Deadweiler, another actress that was nominated for an Oscar.
yep,
Also another actress that came in here, did her thing. She has one of my favorite scenes in the movie, the car scene, which was amazing to me,
yeah, that was great.
and that was great. And yeah, I just overall it was just a really fun time. I had
Mhm,
so much fun with this. I think the beginning was a little slow with the setup, but other
yeah,
than that, once it get really into it and Jason
mhm,
Bateman and Taron Egerton are like this, it takes off.
and
And
some
it
of the
was
plots,
stakes.
some of the
People
plots
were
were
dying.
pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
People were dying, which I was shocked. I thought it was going to be played really safe. No,
Honestly, this is going above stream for me.
you too.
Um, I'm
Thank God. I agree.
I part of me is like matinee, but part of me really would have liked to have seen this in the theater. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'll say matinee for
Ooh,
now.
matinee for now. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. I would have loved to see this in the theater. I think this would have been a crowd pleaser
yeah,
in the theater.
I agree.
A film that's not a crowd pleaser.
Not at all. Did you see Kraven?
Yeah.
Okay. Kraven Kravenoff's, excuse me? Kraven Kravenoff's complex relationship with his ruthless gangster father, Nikolai, starts him down a path of vengeance with brutal consequences, motivating him to become not only the greatest hunter in the world, but also one of its most feared. This movie, I had a fun time with it. I'll say,
Oh, thank God.
I
Woo.
had a fun time with it. I recognize that if I was in critic mode,
Hmm.
I would have torn this movie apart. However, it got to a certain point where I was like, this is fun. I didn't mind the Rhino. I thought that some
You
of his performances were. I thought his weird ass performance actually kept me more engaged than if he would have just played a straight up gangster kind
I
of
agree.
thing. Um,
I agree.
I thought the. I thought the. I thought the. What is her name? Ariana DeBose
Yeah.
was the best she's ever looked. Um, she
What's that
was
supposed to be? She looks bad normally?
no. Like I never see her with like longer hair. She looked great.
Oh,
She
usually she
looked
does
she
short
looked
hair.
amazing in this film.
Yeah, she did
Um,
look amazing.
and she was also solid. I saw somebody say that she had the worst performance in the film. I'm like, I don't think
No,
that's the case.
not at all.
And yeah, she was also solid. There's not a lot of let me put it like this. There's not a lot of good things you can say about this movie. However, except for the action, I thought the action was pretty good.
Yeah.
Like the story was dumb. It didn't get to Madam Web levels, but it
No,
almost did.
nowhere near.
Almost. The lion blood mixed with the potion, mixed with the Ghanaian potion, was kind of like, all right now.
But it's a very comic booky thing to do.
Yeah, yeah. I think the thing that annoyed me the most about this movie is everybody acknowledging that he has changed his name to Kraven, but them never telling us why he changed his name to Kraven. Like,
Yeah.
like I'm Kraven. It's like, okay, where did that come from?
Yeah, he was
Nobody
just
even
like, I
asked.
like it.
They never bothered to explain. He's just like, I'm just Kraven now. You know, that's who I am. But yeah, fun, but not good.
I had a good time with this
I
movie.
will
I
say that
gave it huh?
I don't know. Spoiler. I'm just gonna say it. If y'all get
Yeah.
mad at me, I'm sorry. I like the chameleon thing.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, I liked it, and it almost made me want a sequel to see the Craven versus Chameleon thing.
Yo, I agree.
I really wanted to see it.
I wanted to meet the doctor. I wanted to
Yeah,
see this guy because that's like a comic book character that is the
yeah,
one
yeah,
that
yeah.
caused the Jackal, the Clone Wars,
Yep,
or the Clone Saga, not Clone Wars. Sorry, wrong
yeah.
franchise. So I was like, "Ooh, this is getting." And then when I started, my mind started. I was like, "Shit, this is the last one." Like,
Right,
I
right,
got,
right. I was like, okay, I'm interested in this, and then you realize
yeah,
that it's over. I think the one issue with the chameleon thing was if you go and transform into somebody, be the same height. Because the
yeah.
short Craven thing was just weird.
So silly. It was
It
so
was
silly.
dumb. It was like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Because you had to do
Yeah,
special effects to make him shorter when you shouldn't have in the first place. It's weird.
nah. The actor is shorter than Iron Turtle. That was like their actual height difference.
Oh no, I know that. I'm saying like, if you are going to be, well, I guess I don't know. If you turn into a chameleon, or if you turn into somebody, does it make you taller? I mean that, but that's just a comic booky thing that everybody will overlook, right?
Yeah, just make him taller. Like I
Right,
agree with you because the whole point of it is that he could be anywhere, he could be anybody. But if
right.
he's not the height of the person,
It
people are
doesn't
gonna
make sense.
realize
Right.
why are you a foot shorter than you normally are?
Imagine him. Imagine him turning into Kingpin. He'd just be like this very tiny Kingpin person. Be
And not
weird,
fat
right?
because he
So
also didn't gain Craven's muscle either.
yeah, it was very strange. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't have many good things to say, but I also had a good time. So, what did you think?
Yeah, I had a good time with the movie. I actually, in my review, I had good things to say about this film. I know it has problems, but out of the Venomverse movies I've seen, 'cause I'm calling it the Venomverse,
Hmm.
this is one of the better ones. I think
Yeah,
that it was better than some of the Venom movies.
hot take.
There, huh?
Hot take. It's the best one.
Hey, hey,
My
hey,
God.
there you go,
Like
like a
a
rhino.
rhino.
It absorbed like all the things that people like about this universe that we had that's done now or maybe done because they said that it might not be done.
Let it be
um
done. I'm good with it.
it double downs on the action because that's one thing that's been consistent amongst all these movies. The action's always been good. It doubles down on the seriousness of the actor playing the character, and it doubles down on the cheese. It had so much cheese. The Rhino guy was in a different movie than everyone else, and
He
I love
really
it.
was. He really was in a different movie.
He was in a completely different movie than everybody else. The little brother was in a different movie from everyone else. Russell Crowe is the worst performance in this film. He was sleepwalking through this movie. He did not try. Ariana DeBose was trying. The guy who counts and moves, that visual was cool as shit.
Yeah.
And the action was really good. Like I was like, yo, you know what? I like this. I want it to work because if they could find a better writer for the sequel, because I don't think the directing was the problem. If they could find a better writer for the second one, like they found another writer for Venom 2.
Yeah.
Just come in here and let's do this. Let's get this going. And then everybody hated
agree
it.
with PC though. Like I did enjoy Madam Web a lot more.
Madam Web is funner to laugh at. That's
yeah. This was just like, oh, okay, this is good. I'm not good, but this is passable. I enjoy it. But Madam Web was great because it was so bad.
It is now it's so bad, it's so good classic.
Yeah. Like it's like Madam, like I've seen 118 movies this year. Madam Web isn't even in the bottom 10.
Mine's either.
Madam Web is like 104.
That's so funny because a lot of people are just like, I hate this movie. I'm like, you not know how to have fun.
Yeah.
God, it's the room of superhero movies. Kraven. Where are we playing Kraven?
It's not a skip. I'll tell you that much.
It's definitely not a skip.
I'm almost tempted to put in Matinee, but
that's where I'm putting it. And you're not stopping me.
I had a fun time. I'm sorry.
I had a good time.
I don't want you to do. It was silly. It was fun. It was, it was like, hey man, I was invested.
If you can pay matinee prices in New York of $15, I'd have been mad to pay $15 to see this. $12 to $15. I'd have been mad. I paid more money for worse movies.
Yeah. I mean, I think if I paid $15 for this, I would have been mad. But at the same time, I have AMC A-list. So honestly, most of the time, it's all the same to me.
Yeah, I have Regal Unlimited, so I ain't pay shit. But I'm just saying.
I'll get mad if a movie's that bad and I traveled far to see it.
Yeah, traveling far for a bad movie is
traveling far.
You paid money,
rushing to get there, stressed out. Oh, I gotta make it, blah 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 blah, just to get there and then be bad. That pisses me off more so than because I paid $23 a month for AMC A-list, so it literally is all the same. Yo, that's a steal.
It's a super steal.
It's crazy.
And I don't want to say it out loud too many times because I feel like it's gonna go up eventually. But it's a super steal.
Yeah.
And I'm not even gonna be mad when it goes up because I'm like, I've had this for a couple of years now, and you haven't raised the price up. And I've been watching so many movies.
So many.
And the thing is, like, in a day, too. Like, it's not even like, oh, I have to do one movie a day. I can watch 3 movies in one day if I spread it out properly.
Yeah.
So
I'd love to see Lion King, Baby Girl, and The Brutalist tomorrow. Whew. But that feels like a long time in the theater. So
that is a very long time in the theater with trailers. That's like more than 12 hours.
Yeah. I could do it, but I won't.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself. By the time you get to The Brutalist, you're going to be so done.
I would probably start with The Brutalist.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
And end with Baby Girl.
Yeah. Because it's 3 hours and 35 minutes, but it's a 15-minute intermission. So that's really 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's almost 4 hours.
I actually, now that you say it, I actually may never see The Brutalist in the theater. I think I might just wait to see it out. That's crazy.
It's long, man.
That's a 5-hour ordeal.
Yeah, with trailers, yeah.
Trailers and travel, that's insane.
Well, the next movie is not a long movie. It's actually one of the shorter movies on this list, and that's Saturday Night at 11:30 p.m. on October 11, 1975. A ferocious troupe of young comedians and writers changed television forever. This is a story of what happened behind the scenes in the 90 minutes leading up to the first broadcast of Saturday Night Live.
I hate this movie.
Talking
I don't like this movie at all.
Hate?
I hate this movie.
Hey?
And there's a very specific reason why.
Okay.
I am appalled by the idea that you're going to do a movie about Saturday Night Live and it's not funny. I did not laugh one time. It was just boring to sit through. I was like, yo, can these people just end this film? I felt so trapped watching that movie. I was so bored. I gotta see like what else released the same day as this movie, because I'm pretty sure I went to go see something else after this, and it might have been The Crow. I might have went from this to The Crow, but
That's rough.
I know I did a double feature of this and something else, and yeah, I hope that whatever the second thing was
That's
better.
rough.
Yeah. Because I think I had debated about going home, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go see The Crow. What date is it?
That's the funniest thing ever.
September. No, this was past The Crow. But yeah, what did you think of it?
The first few minutes, I was not enjoying my time with it because, like you said, it's not funny. To me, it's not funny. And also, I didn't grow up watching Saturday Night Live, right? So all these people that they're playing, I have no emotional attachment for. I don't know them from anything. I don't really know who Dan Aykroyd is. I've heard the name before. I know he has like some legendary impact, but I don't have emotional attachment to any of these people. So the way they're presenting them is like I'm supposed to know who they are already, which makes sense because they're trying to draw people who love Saturday Night Live to it. But I feel like as someone that's, if you're like a casual person and don't know these people, they didn't really get into the depths of the people. It's a good idea in execution, showing that 90 minutes leading up and all the chaos that leads to it.
Yeah.
But it was just really chaotic with no emotional attachment to it. The shit was just happening. All these people just coming in and out. We have this main character who's kind of charismatic. And then William Dafoe came in, and the energy of the movie turned up a little bit for me because he's just William Dafoe.
Booked and busy.
He's booked and busy. Another MVP of the year. I think he's probably been in 4 movies, honestly. Kinds of Kindness, Beetlejuice, Nosferatu, this. And he's probably in something else I don't remember. So he do that conversation he has with the main character. I was like, okay, I'm into it now. We know where the ending is, but I think the internal dramas that happened was really, really interesting. And I think the back half of the film was a lot more interesting than the front half of the film. And I was more locked in, and I started laughing a little bit more. But like you said, I think this is supposed to be a comedy, and to me, it's not that funny.
It's not funny at all.
It's not that funny. I think the concept is interesting. I like all the actors. I'm a fan of Rachel Snow. I'm a fan of Lamar Norris. I'm a fan of I forgot what his name is that played one of the main characters. There's a lot of actors in here that I'm a fan of. I just did not have as much fun with the film as I wanted to.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see all the pushback they had on getting this off the ground, because like Saturday Night Live is just this huge culture thing that's always been in my life. So to think that it almost didn't exist is very interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that was cool, but yeah, it's not a movie that I'm gonna ever watch again.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't hate it like you do.
You know what? I don't like being bored.
Yeah.
I also don't like being in the theater being bored.
Yeah, because you can't pause, you can't walk away, you can't just turn it off.
Yeah.
And I don't walk out on movies.
And there's nothing worse than a boring comedy.
Yeah.
So
it's rough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put stream. I know you put skip, but I'll put stream.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it wasn't too bad. I wasn't totally bored. He said, "Wait, matinee prices in New York are $15. Geez, that's how much I pay for Dolby Atmos." Well,
What?
I live in big old New York City, bruh.
Yeah, Dolby would
Dolby
probably
Atmos is $30.
Dolby around here be like 30. Wow.
Yeah, I think IMAX, Dolby, and 35 and 70 millimeters like $30.
IMAX around these parts is like 20 something. I think Dolby would probably be like 18 something.
Mm, I wish. They overcharge us because they know we go to the movies, man.
Yeah.
In New York, we're one of the biggest movie going cities,
Cool.
so they overprice it. A movie that didn't really hit theaters, and I really wish I got to see it in theaters, and you recently watched was The Order.
That I'm sorry. A string of violent robberies in the Pacific Northwest leads a veteran FBI agent into a domestic terrorist plot to overthrow the federal government.
Yeah, talk about The Order, man.
Order's great. Order is fantastic. It the synopsis that we just read is exactly what it is. I was enthralled by Nicholas Holt's performance as a KKK leader who essentially wanted to fund his own militia by robbing banks. But I was enthralled by the performance. I was not enthralled by the human being.
What he was doing.
Yeah. To be uh, specific. But yeah, I also found that the Joseph Gordon-Levitt, no, Jude Law,
True Law. Okay.
because I get them mixed up all the time. Jude Law was great in this, and it's the first time he actually like looked old to me because
Yeah.
that mustache and that scraggly beard kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree because he's always looked so young in everything I've seen him in.
Yeah, I think they had to do like a lot of work to make him look older.
Yeah.
From the makeup department, Journey Smollett was also great in this film.
Underrated
Although she
actress.
felt a little out of place in a sense, in
She
a
was a
weird
little.
way.
Her character's written very one note, while all the other characters weren't.
Yeah, that
So yeah.
and I gotta check. I mean, I'm not going to, but I gotta check the record books and see was there a black cop involved in this? Because what I found weird was she's obviously one, she's a female. Two, she's black, and she was in all these like situations with the KKK, and not one person, called her the N word or treated her weird or anything. I was just kind of like, that's
There
weird.
was like one moment where she asked one of them a question. They said they called her a bitch or something. They called her something like trashy bit or something like that. And she
Yeah,
just looked at them. And then there was like the N word was on the board. It feels like the writers didn't want to write the word
yeah,
because there was like the N word on the board. She specifically saw it and got upset.
yeah. I
But
saw
yeah,
that. Yeah, I noticed that.
I agree though. I was shocked that no one actually said it to her.
Right. I was
Like,
like,
because light skin? What?
yeah, like Pacific Northwest, 80s, dealing with the KKK. She's being
Nazis, you know?
treated fine,
Yeah.
and she's a woman in a position of authority. Not that I want that, but if you're talking about realism, like this, that was just weird. But anyway, but overall, as far as crime thrillers go, it's the best one I've seen in a long time, and we don't get
Yeah.
a lot of them.
No.
Especially like with bank robberies and stuff like that. I thought the bank
Mhm.
robbery scenes were great. I thought all the investigation aspect of this movie was great.
Mhm.
And all that stuff. Like all the things, and there was enough action to keep the momentum of the movie going, and the movie never felt slow to me.
Yeah.
At any point, I was always like engaged in what they were doing.
Yeah.
Like I said, Nicholas Holt was great, and so was everybody else. But Nicholas Holt was
Yeah.
definitely the standout for sure. Nicholas Holt scared me a little bit. I'm like, hey man, you
Yeah.
playing this role a little too well. But
Too well.
but yeah, he
Yeah.
was really good.
Yeah. I also thought that where is he at? Why is he not in the top of the cast list? Ty Sheridan, who's been in a ton of stuff. I thought he was really good as
Is
the
that
cop that he.
the young cop?
Yeah, I felt so
He
bad.
was really good.
I knew it was gonna happen, but I felt so bad.
I felt
Um,
like something like that was going to happen.
yeah, he's really good in the role too. He stood out immediately just standing there.
Mhm.
the wives were good too.
All of them were good. Yeah.
Yeah. Even like Mark Moran, who is an actor that I really like. He had a small role. He was the Jewish radio station guy. He did a great
Yeah,
job
he
in his
was
role.
fantastic.
He was fantastic. This across the board, this is a movie with fantastic performances. I think why the plot is so interesting is because you're trying to figure out what the heck this new Nazi militia is trying to do, because
Hmm.
we don't know. Even though this is the fact that this is real, like this happened, is
Yeah.
crazy. But you're trying to figure out what they're trying to do. There's also a cat and mouse game between Jude Law and Nicholas Hoult.
Hmm.
There's also a thing of where they're leaving stuff at Ty Sheridan's house. There's also this random church that's a white power church. That shit blew my mind. The
Yeah,
cross with the Nazi symbol. I was like,
that was
holy
crazy.
crap. That
Yeah.
was crazy. There's also Jude Law who has like issues, and Journey
Hmm.
Smollett is trying to like tell him to chill
Yep.
because he clearly has family and health issues, but he keeps pushing himself. And the fact that that tied into him and Nicholas Hoult being similar, but they're on the opposite side of the spectrum. So he understood him in a way, even though he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Um, One thing that bothered me, and I only recognize this because I looked at a Letterbox review. None of the good guys, all the good guys were stormtroopers. Every
They
shot they
can't
took,
shoot.
they missed.
Oh, jeez.
Every single time a good person took a shot and missed. And I was like, what the hell? And every time, not every time, but the bad guys was hitting. Let's
Oh yeah.
just say that. And I was just
Yeah.
like, what's happening? Why is this like this?
Hmm.
Are you trying to say the cops back then were just not good shots? Which is possible. This is a couple years ago. Maybe
Yeah,
less
like
training.
I did notice that like during the course of the movie where they were shooting, like there's a few parts where they had them like dead to rights, and it was just like, well, how are you missing?
Yeah, and especially the dead device thing was especially the part where like they could have killed Jude Law's character and they just like looked him in the eyes like, look what we could have did to you. I
Hmm.
thought that was really good. That was a really good
That
moment
was really good. Yeah.
because it's just like, oh, we're not trying to like kill y'all, because I don't know if that was Journey Smollett character, if she would have got away with
They probably would have shot her,
that.
or
Yeah,
they wouldn't have because I think the my thinking of that situation was if you kill a cop, you get way more heat on you than you already do have.
yeah.
Granted, they're already being hunted by the cops, but I think
It's
that's
just
why it was
worse
a
when you're
big
a cop
deal.
killer
Yeah, that was a big deal when they did kill a cop because they were like, "Oh crap! Now we gotta get out of here. Then we gotta hide. Then we gotta go."
because we
Yeah,
killed a cop. Yeah. Anytime you kill a cop, it's 30 times worse than whatever crime you were doing.
right.
Yeah, this is a full price.
Yep, same.
Full price. I'll put it right here for now. God damn it. And yeah, I had a really good time. And the next movie is a movie that I talked about, so I'm gonna let last time, but you finally got to see it, and that's Conclave. Cardinal Lawrence is tasked with one of the most secretive and ancient events, participating in the selection of a new pope. Surrounded by powerful religious leaders in the halls of Vatican, he soon uncovers a trail of deep secrets that could shake the very foundation of the Roman Catholic Church.
I genuinely enjoyed this film. Absolutely loved the movie, and the reason why I loved it is because it's been very rare that we see a movie that has the type of urgency, pacing, and tension that this movie had just through
Mhm.
dialogue,
Yeah.
and just through I don't want to say pace, just through dialogue and the pacing of the movie. The movie felt urgent. The movie felt um, like it was really a dire situation that was going on, and also like I like legal dramas, and then there's a weird sense this was a kind of a
Yeah.
political legal drama.
Hmm.
I also love like all the twists and turns of finding out what some of the Pope's dirt was and
Hmm.
who was with who. And what one of the things I really appreciated and enjoyed about this movie is how much they humanized, good or bad, all of these all of these cardinal figures. Right?
I agree.
They did not make them into religious stereotypes. They
Hmm.
actually gave them a very wide ranging viewpoints throughout the most of them. The main antagonist, Cardinal dude, was the worst,
Oh
uh,
my god, the
and
absolute worst.
the Cardinal that ended up taking the prize, was also very interesting. My
Yeah.
only downfall with this movie is that final twist because it felt like it came out of nowhere and also felt
Mhm.
completely unnecessary to the plot. Because I think I would have rather have had the movie just end with that cardinal winning because that was a big enough shock in and of itself,
Mhm.
or having the twist be that that cardinal was behind some of the violence, the car bombings that happened, and be
Mhm.
a part of like the Middle Eastern situation that was going on. Granted, I think that would have been maybe a little bit too touchy of a
Yeah.
subject, um, but like
Would have been
either
too
one of
more.
those would have been better than what we got because specifically because not because of the person's state of being as a human being, but specifically because it was never set up. It was the most out of left field thing that happened during the entire course of the movie, and because it ended on that note, we never got to explore it. Every other plot twist or reveal of information that came up, we had time to let that breathe and explore it. Then that happened, and the movie ended. I'm like, wait, what happens next? And it just ended. So that was my only gripe with the movie. But overall, beautifully well done movie. Ralph Fiennes probably gets a Best Actor nomination for sure.
For sure.
Um, and Rossellini, the she also gets a Best, I want to say, Actress
I think
nomination.
they're pushing her for supporting.
I can see supporting because she was supporting, even though
Yeah,
she's
there's
kind
no
of like,
lead actress in this. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I can definitely see that. But yeah, she deserves that too. So, but yeah,
Stanley Tucci, maybe for best supporting actor.
I thought that. Also thought about John Lithgow
Mhm.
and but I also and the guy who played the quote unquote evil cardinal.
Yeah, Sergio Castillo. He was really good.
None of them, well, other than Sergio, John Lithgow and Sterling Tucci, to me, weren't in it enough and didn't
Mm,
do enough for me to warrant
to
them a
warrant that.
supporting
Okay,
actor nomination. Sergio,
got
maybe I can see Sergio for sure. But the other two were good. They just weren't like impactful enough for me to.
even the African representative was really good too.
He was great. He was
He was
phenomenal.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you said about like I think this opened up my mind to the Catholic situation because in
Hmm.
my head I thought, oh, well, they all the same, right?
Yeah.
But to find out that like it's like it reflects the world
Hmm.
in there, and it's a bunch of people fighting for their beliefs and stuff like that. It was really really interesting.
Yeah.
Um, and even the way that the last pope died and the mystery behind that and things like that, it just kept my attention throughout, even though it's a quiet film.
Yeah.
Um, in my top 10 worst movies list, when I was writing out, I said quiet a lot in it. And you can be quiet and interesting. And Conclave is quiet, but it's there's an explosive part, but that's
Yeah.
like not a big part of it,
Right.
but it's not a movie that has these dramatic super highs and super
Mhm.
lows. There's no action really. Um, I did like the ending. I thought that it challenges a lot of people who are of faith. And I think it was one of those things where the point of the movie ended, and now it just opens your mind to think about what would happen after this. I
Yeah.
do think I understand your point of like, well, I want to see the resolution of this because you can't just drop this on me. But I like that it's like it makes the movie stay on my mind for the rest of the year. I was
Yeah.
just like, what happened after this? Because obviously the point of it was to get that new pope. But
Yeah.
what do they do now? Do they disqualify this person? Do they like
See, that's what I want to know.
like and then this was a person picked by the last pope, so what was their intention in this? And I
Yeah.
think that was really really interesting. Now how, if you're a real Catholic person or part of that congregation, if you watch this movie, how do you feel? I
Because
think that is a very very interesting part, but I
if
can see it.
Homeboy found it out, then
Mhm.
somebody else is going to be able to figure it out too.
Yeah, of course, that
Yeah.
information's out there, but
Yeah.
also I don't think he was hiding it.
Right.
They just didn't
That's
do
also
their
true.
due diligence and
Yeah.
look.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he mentioned that too. He was like, nobody asked.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
definitely said that nobody
Yeah.
asked, but he wouldn't think to ask
Right.
you know Is this movie on streaming service available to rent on iTunes and Amazon? It's available to rent on iTunes and Amazon. He's talking about the order.
Okay, yeah.
I have a question for both of you. Do you think Ray Fiennes deserves to win Best Actor for the movie? He's never won an Oscar. He's only won stuff in the United Kingdom.
Does he deserve to win? That's a different story for me than does he deserve to be nominated. I think he deserves to be nominated. But personally, I might give it to Coleman Domingo, or I might give it to the lead actor from Ghostlight.
I gotta see who gets nominated first before I can make a real concrete thing. If they nominate a bunch of people I don't care about, then yeah, he's a front runner, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
If
he does win, I won't be mad.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. If he does win, I won't be mad, but he wouldn't be my first choice. So like Coleman Domingo, definitely. I think the guy from The Brutalist, Adrian Brody, is gonna get nominated. I think Sebastian Stan should get nominated for The Apprentice. I know he's not. The Apprentice and A Different Man. One of those two.
I think he should be nominated for A Different Man, for sure.
Yeah. I think he should be nominated for one of the two, and I think that he should win over Ray Fiennes just because of his performances in both of those. But Ray Fiennes definitely deserves to be nominated this year. It's gonna be hard because, like I said, it's not a lot of male performances from this year that wowed me. I think in the lead, I think there's a lot of supporting ones that wowed me. I think, and I think there's some that wowed me, but that's not going to get nominated. Like, I think Timothée Chalamet for Dune Part 2 should get nominated. I think that switch from I don't know what to do in my life to I'm Paul Atreides was amazing and was well acted. He almost felt like two different characters, but in a way that made sense.
Yeah.
But I know that I think Timothy is going to get nominated for A Complete Unknown. I'm going to wait to stream it for that movie. I'm just not interested in a Bob Dylan biopic because I don't listen to Bob Dylan.
Right.
So it's kind of up in the air. Let's see who get those 5 spots. There's only 5, and I feel like Coleman is a shoe-in. I think Ray Fiennes is a shoe-in, and I think that Adrian Brody is a shoe-in. Who's in those last 2 spots? I have no idea. It seems like Timothée Chalamet is number 4. I'm not sure who's number 5.
Somebody might get nominated from Nosferatu.
I think Nosferatu is not going to get nothing but technicals. Only because I think it's going to get what's the name of the movie that you love from last year? The wrestling one.
Oh, the Iron Claw.
I think it's going to get Iron Claw. I think because it didn't release to any festivals early in the year and it came out this late. I think that the voters are going to skip it because it didn't get nominated for any Golden Globes. Really, a lot of the smaller awards are not nominated. Honestly, a lot of stuff should get nominated. I think Lily Rose Depp should be up there for best
She
actress.
should definitely. That's tough.
And I think that Bill Skarsgård should be nominated for best supporting actor. Him as Count Orlok is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Insane. If you're talking about transforming into a different person, if they didn't put that Bill Skarsgård was in this movie, I would have never known Bill Skarsgård was in this movie. So, but cinematography should get nominated for.
I didn't know he was in this movie.
Yeah, he's Nosferatu.
Yeah, I know that. I know now. Like I found out after the fact, but
you found out after the fact.
I did not know that going in. Actually, I had no idea who was in this movie. The only person I actually knew was in this movie was Willem Dafoe. That was it.
Yeah, William Dafoe was great. If he got nominated, I wouldn't even be mad.
Yeah.
Aaron Taylor Johnson, thank God he was in this because obviously Kraven, but he was great in this too.
He was.
Emma Corrin she was in Deadpool and Wolverine as the main villain. She was great in this as well. She was Aaron Taylor Johnson's wife.
I would definitely say that. What's her name? Lily Rose something.
Depp. Lily Rose Depp.
She deserves. There's like 5 spots for best actress.
Yeah, it's so hard.
It's
so many. I don't know. I don't think she's getting in because she's so young. They might be looking at her as like a nepo baby. And then
is she Johnny Depp's baby?
That's Johnny Depp's daughter. Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah,
because I'm looking at Zendaya from Challengers. I'm looking at the young lady who played Honora. I'm looking at one of the young ladies in Substance. I don't know which one.
Yeah,
The
Demi
young
Moore.
lady who played the lead actress in Strange Darling. Ingenue Ellis
Mhm.
for Origin probably won't get nominated.
No,
Um, like there's Love
The-
Lies
I think
Bleeding.
Nicole Kim is getting nominated for Baby Girl.
Okay, okay, yeah. So Challengers of Nora,
Angelina Jolie is
Substance,
also in
Strange
there.
Darling. Say
Angelina
what?
Jolie's in there for Maria. I haven't seen it yet,
Hmm.
but she's been in play since earlier in the year to get nominated for Best Lead
Yeah,
Actress.
there's a lot of competition here.
It's a lot of competition, and we might get some left field stuff. Kate Winslet might get nominated for Lee. She might be the two Leslie for this year. If last year when that actress got in for two Leslie, everybody's like, what the fuck is two Leslie? I think
Hmm.
Lee might be that this year because I'm
Okay.
hearing that they're pushing for Kate Winslet to get nominated. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be interesting.
I got to dip out at 11, so we should.
Okay, let's speed this up then. Conclave.
Oh, full price.
This is definitely full price.
Yeah.
We grow now. Do I have a thing for that? Yes, I do. Just recently watched this. 1992 best friend Malik and Eric traverse the city of Chicago looking to escape the mundaneness of school and hardships of growing up in public housing. They soon find their unbreakable bond challenging when their tragedy shakes their community. Yeah, this was a great movie. That I could relate to. I've lived in situations like that. I've had a situation where I had a best friend that I grew up with that left.
Mm,
Back in those times, there was no social media. We didn't really have cell phones. So when
no.
someone left the community, they were literally gone off the face of the earth. You never saw them again.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like 3 hours away. They're not traveling back and forth to have
Right.
kids see each other.
I
Um,
moved across the city and
yeah,
didn't see my best friend again.
yeah. And the performances from the main kid, he
Hmm.
has a future. He is
Yeah,
really,
he's great.
really good. Like
Yeah,
stupid good. I was
yeah,
shocked. Journey Smollett, again, really good.
awesome.
Her mother, really good. I don't know who I've seen that actress before, but I'm not sure what her name is. Um, it's a beautiful looking movie. It's a touching movie.
Lil
It
Rel
just
was
had
great in it too.
Lil Rel was really good. I forgot that was even him. That's how
Hmm.
good he was. Yeah, this is a movie I suggest everyone check out. Doesn't matter what race you are. I think you can find something in it. Just two kids growing up and being best friends. I love their relationship. The chemistry was great.
Yeah.
And I don't think the other kid was as good as the first kid, but he was still really good. And his pessimism was scary
Hmm.
because now I see it and I'm like, I see why the adults that I know in the hood are like that because they get it from so little. They just feel like he said it. We're born here, we live here, we die here. There's nothing to look forward to. That
Hmm.
was that hurt me. Like that brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead, talk about We Grow Now.
Um. Okay. Yeah. So pretty much ditto everything that you said. I like this movie quite a bit. I love Journey Smollett's performance in this. She was just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and both kids. Honestly, I think that the second kid was, or the kid that ended up saying was just as good as the first kid.
Okay.
Um, Only because I think it's like not that it's easy to play any of these roles, but I think him playing that pessimistic
Mm,
was I won't say tougher, but it's hard. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like because kids, most kids, aren't naturally pessimistic, and him like conveying that, and you really because even like explaining how you reacted to it, it's like, damn, like I really don't want you to think this way about yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like I really want you to want more. And the scene when the last scene when he's driving off,
Oh,
oh my god, Zach,
oh my God.
when they had their little tiff and they hadn't spoken to each other. And then they
Mm,
didn't really speak to each other until one of them it was time for one of them to leave.
yeah,
That broke my heart
me too.
because I've been through that. I've been through we had a falling out, Now I know that you're leaving. We had a falling out because you're leaving. Now I know that you're leaving. It's the day that you're leaving, and now we are trying to reconcile before you actually leave. But it feels like all that time in between that is just missed opportunity. We lost all of this. So yeah, all of
Yeah, a
that.
lot of opportunity for them to hang out and chill and show
Hmm.
love to each other before he left. They just didn't do it.
Yeah. So and that's real. That's very real. So yeah,
Very, very.
I
Him
thought
turning
both.
around in the car and looking back at him running towards it, I was
Man.
like, I audibly said, "Shit!" Like, because I
Yeah.
knew what was coming. I knew the tears was swelling.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
because they did such a good job of building their chemistry that I cared about their relationship so
Yeah.
well. Um, where would you put it?
Full price for sure.
Yeah, full price.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I'll leave right there. I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard differentiating these movies. This is why it's hard to rank
Yeah.
movies because it's like and speed another coming age movie. Read off DD real quick.
Yeah. Oh, in 2008, during the last month of summer before high school begins, an impressionable 13-year-old Taiwanese American boy learns what his family can't teach him: how to skate, how to flirt, and how to love his mom.
Yeah,
Um, yo, my favorite part of this movie was when he had the older kids over, when he was like editing the video for them, and he's
yeah.
talked disrespectfully to his mom, and all the kids were like, "Bro, what are you doing?
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Why would you speak to your mom like that?" Like, I
Mhm.
love that because it was so anti-stereotypical of what we see in uh uh teenage, you know what I mean, like teenage kids and the stereotypes of all of them are railing against their parents. All the kids turn around like, "What are you doing, man?"
You good?
Um, yeah, like why are you talking to your mom like that? But yeah, I loved it. I love this movie. This movie is so good. And it explores another dynamic of a sibling leaving, right? An older
Mhm.
sibling
Yeah, how
going
hard
off
that
to
is.
college and how hard that is. And they are years apart, so it's not like he's about to catch up with her. Like he's
Yeah,
left alone with his mom, and his dad is
and they
like,
did the same thing here too. The whole like not talking about it until they didn't even talk about it when she
right,
left.
right. So, and I don't think people understand leaving changes everything. I have
Yeah,
a best friend who I had in adulthood moved to Atlanta. I haven't spoken to him in months. Like it's like that. You know what I mean? Like
mhm,
it be like that sometimes. Like
yeah,
yeah. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I don't want to say too long on it because we don't have a lot of time left.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, Dee Dee's great. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I have a review for it. I've talked about it before because I saw it and we talked about it before.
Hmm.
Great movie, one of my favorite movies of the year. Great first feature again.
Mm,
Great performance by the lead kid. This is his first acting role. The mom was phenomenal.
impressive. Yes.
And it just captured a part of my life that I didn't know I needed captured.
Hmm.
Seeing my space like that, chef's
Yeah.
kiss.
Also trying to figure it out too. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? The whole like,
yeah,
oh, I need to learn how to edit because I told these people I know how to edit, kind of
yeah,
thing. I've been there.
yeah.
Yeah,
And the whole like the girl situation was a depiction of something I'd never seen before,
I
really.
love that so much because
Yeah,
sometimes you break something and it won't be fixed, no
yeah.
matter what growth you've had. That situation is over.
It's over.
Yeah.
And I love that because sometimes you just gotta accept it. And he did.
Hmm.
Of the look back, Fujino and Komodo couldn't be more distinct or different, yet their shared passion for drawing magna unites these two small town girls. This is a very unique, lovely, very short animated film that was 40, was it 45 minutes, 50
I
minutes?
think it was 50 minutes long.
50 minutes long, but it packed so much in that 50 minutes.
Yeah, it did.
It feels like 90,
Yeah,
but
it
not
felt
in a
like a full
bad
movie.
way.
Yeah.
Not a bad. It feels like a full movie, but it's just so
Mhm.
short. The animation is gorgeous. I really like the characters. I like the unique twist to it because there's like this emotional aspect to it, and they didn't feel like they needed to over-explain.
Yeah.
That's my big thing on that.
Once again, a situation happens where there's a split
Mhm.
and you didn't get a chance to reconcile before it was too late. And yeah, it was It was a heartbreaking little movie, but not
Mm,
little movie. It was a heartbreaking movie, but it was also really freaking good. Yeah.
really freaking good. Look back, because of the how short it is. It's a streaming movie, but it's a really good streaming movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if I went to the movie and if I paid for the money and it's only 40 minutes, I'm gonna fight
Yeah,
people.
I don't know that.
We don't have to read. We have 3 more movies left. We don't have to read through the descriptions. You gotta know what these 3 movies are. A Different Man. Talk about it real quick because I did already.
I watched it over the weekend. It's one of the best movies I watched this year. I actually have it number 2 in my top 10 right now. It jumped over Inside Out and Wicked. So this movie, oh, by the way, Ghostlight is number 4. It also jumped up into my top 10. It's that good. And also, just talking about Dee Dee, I'm like, Dee Dee should probably be higher. But yeah, Different Man is great for several reasons. One of them is the performances by Sebastian Stan. But more importantly than the performance by Sebastian Stan is a performance by I'm forgetting the gentleman's name. The gentleman who
Adam
actually has
Pearson.
Adam Pearson is freaking great in this movie.
Oh, freaking good.
You want to talk
Talk
about
about being nominated for something.
supporting? He should win. That like he should win.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
agree.
not because of his condition. Like he's that good in this
Yeah.
movie. Uh,
If he didn't have that condition and he just played the way he played it,
he's
still,
that good in this
yeah,
movie. So yeah, it is a phenomenal film about self-reflection, about like what you think about yourself. Also, one of the funniest movies I've seen in a minute.
yeah, darkly funny.
And has a ending that I did not see coming.
Me neither.
And also like, why didn't you just tell these people? That, like all this is like what? I don't even want to spoil it, but like why did you just tell these people that blah 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 blah?
Yeah,
And then that literally would have ended it. It would
yeah,
have been a wrap. Like there would be no issues. But yeah, it's so good. But yeah, that's what I got.
yeah. I'm gonna be talking about this movie a lot over the next coming days
Hmm.
when I make my top 10 lists. Different. I have a review where it wasn't even really a review. It was like just a me pouring out my heart about feeling similar to how this character went through. And
Hmm.
yeah, it's a special film to me. Sebastian Stan, one of the MVPs of the year, um, playing the dual roles he has to play. Everything it touches on about acceptance, how everyone is like in a gray area in this film. It's not really good or bad. It's
Yeah,
people just trying to be make themselves happy. It's just
yeah,
so much happens from the beginning to end. My only gripe with the movie is that I think the ending is not as fleshed out as it needed to be. It feels a little rushed, but other than that, great movie. One of the best movies of the year, and it's not for everybody.
yeah.
I see people say it's mediocre. Some people say it's bad, but
Mm.
I thought it was phenomenal. Okay, so we're down to the last 2. Let's talk about Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. Um, it's good.
Mm,
I'm not on the same level as everybody else as it's amazing. One of the things, the taglines, I'm trying not to hold it against the movie. One of the taglines I've been seeing from the promotion of the movie is that it's one of the scariest. I was not scared one time.
mm.
I don't know where they got that from. They got that long legs marketing where it's like, oh, it's scary. No, the hell it's not. Who's scared? I was creeped out, not scared. I wasn't even creeped out. It was like, man, Orlok is tripping. But
He's tripping. Yeah, he's
uh,
tripping.
like I enjoyed the film. I was in a not a bad mood, but I was just in a bad headspace when I did see the movie. So I don't think I enjoyed it as much as I did if I was like fully engaged with it. I did not fall asleep necessarily, but I just
Mhm.
wasn't like my full self. And I think it's because I was on my way to getting sick. Because the
Mm,
sickness really set in like later on that day. Because I saw it like the day after Christmas, and the day after Christmas I got sick.
yeah,
Or I was finishing up getting sick, or starting to get sick rather. Um, is it a good movie? Yeah. Lily Rose Depp's performance, the best performance in the movie, in my opinion.
yeah,
Um,
easily.
Costuming was one of the things I noticed during the movie. Her Lily Rose Depp's blue dress, I don't notice dresses like that. Like in general, that dress was fire.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, overall, really good movie, really good film.
yeah.
That I wish I could fully appreciate how good it is because I feel like I just didn't see it in a way in the headspace I would have liked to have seen it. So I might have like been one of those people raving about it, but I can't because I just wasn't as engaged as I would have liked to be.
Yeah, and then I know the people were shouting out about how great it is loud, but I just saw a review saying the movie sucked ass, and I saw a bunch of
Mhm.
comments agreeing with it. So, and obviously you don't think it sucks, but like there's
Right.
varying opinions. Some people will give it 3 stars and things like that. So that's totally fine.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's just like, oh, on the technical side is great, but emotionally I'm not attached to it.
Yeah. My guy Thomas, I've never seen a man ignore as many warnings as I've seen.
Bruh,
It's
the
like
red flags.
the red
But I
flag.
get it. His pride was just like, I gotta get this done, no matter how bad this looks, because I
Yeah,
need it for my future. And I was like, dude. And she said it was like, you this wasn't even worth it. You should have stayed your ass home. Um,
she said it. Yep.
she said it in the argument. This was a gothic horror masterpiece for me from top
Mhm.
to bottom. Performances, Robert Eggers proves again he's one of the best directors on the planet. He's 4 for 4 for me. Cinematography, the score was chilling. Nosferatu was creepy. And yeah, the movie's not super scary, but it's creepy and there's scary parts to it here and there,
Mhm.
especially when Nicholas Holt character is just with Nosferatu alone. I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
Also, I heard a thing about how like the building is his body too. So like anytime you hear him breathe, the building is breathing. And when Nicholas Holt by himself, those sounds is Nosferatu breathing. Crazy.
Crazy.
The set design,
His breathing,
costumes,
I
lighting.
definitely noticed.
Yeah, Lily Rose Depp body thing she did. The fact that that wasn't CGI, VFX, or anything
Mhm.
special. She just did that because she trained to do it.
Mhm.
Insane. Willem Dafoe was amazing. All the supporting cast was great. I didn't know the story of Nosferatu. I know a lot of people who saw the older movies that felt like this was just too much of a rehash. This is my first introduction to it, and I love the story. Just from the guy who was obsessed with Nosferatu, eating the freaking pigeon heads, and the plague aspect, and the shit with the kids. Holy moly!
Yeah.
The whole
Yeah.
movie of them going, "There's a monster in my room," and then that shit, bruh. I
Mhm.
I was like, all right, you got me. But yeah, I think this is just because of the experience, the visual experience, I think this is the IMAX.
I would agree.
This is an IMAX film. I know you're about to go, so let's just talk about Sonic 3 real quick and you can hit out.
The best movie I've seen this month. I'm not even saying it's like it technically, but like I had so much damn fun in that theater, and that's to me what the movies are about. And I mean, movies
Yeah,
are about a lot of things, but I
yeah,
had so much fun during that movie. Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, Shadow. Like I was just so engaged. And the thing I love about this movie more so than any of the other two, which I also really, really enjoy really enjoy the other two, is
yeah.
first of all, this is the best one of the three, which is great because as
Easily.
they go on, they continue to get better. Um, I love that there was a lack of humans in this. Like,
Yeah,
and when they were used sparingly. Like, it was great. They really focused on the Team Sonic characters, and I really enjoyed that about this film.
yeah,
Also, quiet as kept, there's some lessons in this joint. Like
yeah,
it's not just like hey, like there's a lot of stuff
yeah,
about team and relying on people and revenge and anger and how to deal with it and anger and revenge clouding your mind and your judgment and all this other stuff. And then finally, Jim Carrey is phenomenal in this film.
movie
So
doesn't work without him.
I mean, and he's playing two characters, and he's great as both. And it's like
Yep.
it's awesome. It's so much fun. So yeah, I think if I didn't see Sonic 3 this month would have been a dreary month of
Oof.
movies.
A
Yeah.
film.
So
Yeah, films. Yeah, man, it's so good. Like
mhm,
like you said, the lack of it took notes from Super Mario. Focus on the game characters. That's what we're here for.
Yep.
I think this is the first great Sonic film. I thought one was good. I thought second one was really good. And then I think this is the first great one. I think
Yeah,
from
it's
top
great.
to bottom, it moves so fast. I'll say the first 10 to 15, maybe even 20 minutes was like, I was worried because it's like, it feels like trailer fodder, a bunch of one-liners and cheesy stuff but after they get past that and Shadow escapes, that's not really the spoiler. We knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And they start coming face to face. It just takes off. His character brings so much depth and humanity and maturity to the franchise. I think that was what was missing from the first two a little bit for me personally. And then like that cross over to Sonic himself and his arc changing and how they utilize his human relationships. And then the Dragon Ball Z ending of it all. Holy moly, goly doly.
Amazing.
This is what you
The
do to
spaceship.
satisfy. Yeah.
The whole space shuttle thing, like in space, it was just like, this is a grand finale. Like literally, this is great.
Grand finale, the best. Because the first finale felt very small. It was on a street corner.
Yeah.
The second one was a little bigger. It was in a
I love
different
the second
country.
one. Yeah.
I think the second one's better.
It felt like a video game.
Yeah. And then this one is just like they took it to the next. That's how you do a franchise. You build it up. You don't go huge first and then just keep going huge because eventually you hit a point where it's too big. You build up to it, and they did such a great job. All the voice casting was phenomenal.
Great.
I noticed that this did not gross as high as the second Sonic, and I noticed that the cinema score is lower than the first two, and it's funny because all the fans are screaming about it. Even so I think that they have to find a balance for the casuals. I think a lot of casuals didn't like the fact that the humans took such a backseat and it got so video gamey Lori. So I think they got to be careful with that. But for me personally, just as on like a financial side, because I just want Sonic 4 to do good. The ending was strong, but then the after credit scene, holy shit!
Oh, both post credit scenes are great.
It was so good, and it's just this feels like Mario, and this feels like early Marvel. I was just talking about it because I was writing my Borderlands script when I'm talking about my worst movies of the year, and I'm talking about how like that's the Green Lantern of like video game movies.
Wow.
Because like I feel like Mario and Sonic are like the X-Men and Sonic of it. We're in that stage. We're not in the MCU stage where it's like taken super seriously. And I think it's just really good quality, and I'm excited for the future of this. And it was a phenomenal film. This is an IMAX film because it's also very gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh my God. All the Team Sonic and Shadow
looks so good.
Amazing. I didn't even see it in IMAX, and they looked amazing.
Yeah, I saw it in regular theater.
Same.
And it looked amazing. It's definitely an IMAX experience. I'm so happy for the fans. I'm so happy for Cosmic Broadcast. I'm so happy for everyone involved, and I'm so excited they already greenlit 4.
Yeah. Same.
This was really fun.
I think these are going to be going on for quite some time.
As long as they can, there's a lot of story to dig from. There's a lot of characters they haven't announced yet. They can keep getting all-star voice cast like Keanu and all these people. If they can find a way to finally replace Jim Carrey, that's going to be hard because
very difficult.
Without him, these movies are not as good.
Yeah. 100% agree.
Yeah.
The thing is that they do really well is that they go through their story as their singular story and don't build to the future until the post-credit scenes. They don't do a bunch of like, oh, we're setting up for the future. They just tell the story. And then in the post-credit scenes, they give you a significant enough post-credit scene to be like, oh shit, can't wait to see the next one. Right?
Exactly.
But during the movie, it's all about Shadow and Sonic and revenge and stuff like that. And they focus on that. And that's why it's so good.
Yeah, and more franchises need to do that. Focus on a singular story. I think that's what James Gunn's saying he's going to do in terms of the DC movies. Focus on a single story, maybe after credit scene to set the next thing up. And I think Marvel needs to focus on that. I think the Dark Universe, whatever universe that's out there right now.
Yeah.
focus on that. I know Valiant is trying to get into the business. Give us a single complete story where we're satisfied. Tease it at the end. Don't try to put too much. There's a lot of Easter eggs in the film, but it's part of the film. It's not like they went off to this place just to look at an Easter egg and then it's not a part of the plot.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was really, really fun. I can't believe it was 4 hours. It felt shorter than that.
It does not feel like 4 hours. Yeah.
Thank you for everyone that stuck around. We had a couple people say some stuff. If you have to dip, I understand. I'm back. Really like Saturday night. Also, Conclave surprised me so much. I never expected to absolutely love a movie about choosing a new pope. I agree. I went into Conclave very pessimistic because I like this shit looks boring. It's not at all. I'm glad you like Saturday night. The end totally shocked me. Exactly, Zach. It makes you think about what happened after and it sticks with you. It's horror, so the Academy is hating it. Yeah, Nosferatu. Can't stick around. Family plans, but wanted to say happy. Oh, thank you so much.
Happy New Year, DJ.
Appreciate it. We were just talking about you too. Amazing film. Horrible title for the situation. Yeah, Didi. That screwed up everything with the Diddy thing. Because every time I saw a trailer on YouTube or Instagram, it was always thanks, good try, Diddy, or nice try, Diddy. No one was actually talking about the film. Everybody's making a joke.
That sucks.
I'm super excited for A Different Man. Comes out February. That's gonna be a great 2025 film from you.
Nice.
I'm taking that information into the film, seeing it Friday. That breathing thing is so sick. Nice. And Sonic was great. What's up, Nay? Yeah. Do you have any YouTube stuff planned before I let you
go? No, I really don't. I thought about doing a movie that's coming out this weekend. I don't remember what it's called.
The Damned.
The Damned, yeah, because I'm trying to do that New 52 thing, and part of that is putting out a movie review every week for 2025. And if there's no movie to review, and I don't know how much I care about Wallace and Gromit, which is coming out on like Netflix, so I might just check that. Although I do like Wallace and Gromit, of course. Who doesn't? But so who knows? I don't know how I'm going to pull.
If you want to see that at home, I got a screener.
The Damned. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we'll do that. If you're free tomorrow, later on, we could do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I should be free tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we'll plan that.
Cool. All right,
man. Have fun with your family, your doggos, your wife. I appreciate you coming on here sick and sticking it out this long.
I actually feel better now. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, that's amazing. You just need that Zach attack. You know what I mean? And yeah, this was great. I think this is one of the best ones we've done so far. We're not going to go 4 hours every time. One, way too long. Two, we just have way more movies to talk about than we normally do.
Yep.
But I had a great time. Thank you for everyone that was in here. Yeah, go to sleep, Norwegian Batman. I know it's way too early. You're so far in the future. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, CC.
Love all of you guys. Peace out.
Peace out.